A quorum being present, I call the meeting to order. Please take your seats. This is a continuation of annual town meeting that we started last night. I'm assuming that most of you were here last night, and we have a lot of business ahead of us, so I'm not going to waste any time repeating all the meeting rules and decorum. Everyone has that down. We finished at Article 14 last night, and we're going to start with Article 15, the operating budget, fiscal year 2027. And if Mr. Thomas is ready, he's going to start with a presentation, and then we will follow with the main motion, which will include the full reading of the budget items by account number, which will allow you an opportunity to hold. Mr. Thomas.
Ben Thomas, 2 Apple Tree Lane for the Finance Committee, and good evening to everyone. Happy to see you all here. We have a budget. We always look at the budget. Let's see what's going on in there. Let me make sure I'm going in the right direction. No, I'm going in the right direction. I have no idea where this came from. See, I can be honest. I know where this one came from. Budgets are simple and budgets are complicated. The simple view of a budget is you figure out how much you have to spend, and then you figure out where and how you want to spend it. And then along the way, you make a lot of assumptions. Here's some of the assumptions we use for the FY27 budgets. That we had a 2.5% allowable tax levy growth. That we got an estimate from the Board of Assessors, which is where we get it from legally, an estimate for new growth for $1.6 million. Think of these as income, they are income. Pilot payment, pilot is payment in lieu of taxes. We collect $1.92 million from some nonprofit institutions in town in lieu of their taxes. We use a little bit of free cash, I think you've heard about that, to balance the budget and lower tax rates. We used a little bit of unused tax levy this year. It was necessary to balance the budget. It's $550K. Unused levy is $3.7 million, so we're using a bit, but not an excessive amount. There's a slight increase in state aid and local receipts. Those are going to wiggle and waggle until the end of the year when we know what they actually are, but we have made some assumptions about how much they'll grow, and we gave it a slight increase. And part of this is also we want to maintain a healthy town financial status and AAA rating, because that helps us with bond sales and how much we pay for our bonds. And then we carefully use and monitor all reserve funds to provide fiscal stability. You can read this as well as I can in coming fiscal years. More guidelines, this is somewhat repetitive. There's a base increase of 2.5% in the tax levy, plus a new growth estimate of $1.6 million. We're conservative when estimating revenue and expenses. We projected $243,979, a 244% increase in local aid cherry sheet. That's projected. We don't know the final number for a while, but it should be about that. And then a conservative increase of 1.24% in local receipts, which I alluded to in a previous slide. That's sort of the main frame for what we're getting for money. We're not an island. We're a part of an interconnected world, and there's an economic impact. Personnel costs, salaries, and benefits. Inflation rate, 2.6% average in 2025, and it's averaging 2.4% as of February 2026. The Finance Committee has a reserve fund that we use to cover unexpected needs, because sometimes we get whacked with an unexpected need. Something needs more money, we need a way to respond quickly. And then there's the effect of volatility in the budget from non-discretionary items. Non-discretionary items, things we have no control over. Utilities cost what they cost. We can negotiate and get maybe a slightly better rate, but they cost pretty much what they cost. Medical insurance costs a lot. We have to pay it. Those are the non-discretionary items, and they make the budget a little volatile from year to year. Then everyone's favorite eye test, the pie charts. projected revenues, I'm just gonna read a little bit of this. These are available online on town webpage. Property taxes are almost 70%. They're the bulk of our revenue. Local receipts, that's, excise taxes, that's taxes on the sale of jet fuel, other things. And I'm not gonna read the rest of those. You can do some of that homework there. Where are we spending all of it? The two biggest pieces of expense are the schools and the select board budget. And they add up to 18, 40, 50, about 60% of the budget. And then there's the others, the capital, water and sewer. It's just, they don't dominate the budget. And what dominating those budgets is also personnel costs. You generally, rule of thumb, if you're running a business or anything with people, 80-something% of your budget is personnel costs. Lots of numbers, lots and lots of numbers. The ones that we look at are, what did we pay last year? What are we paying? What are we estimating this year? And we've asked everyone to try and maintain a 2.5% guideline number, some of which we got, some of which we didn't. But then you have to look at what the change is. If it's a small change, then a larger percentage increase isn't really the end of the world. But as you can see, for your edification and happiness, here's the budget. Here's the fixed expenses. Insurance is a whopping number, $20 million for insurance and benefits. Principal and interest, which is our debt payment, which is, we're trying to keep down below 10% of the budget. Water and sewer rates. The good news there on water purchase is that we're now fully assessed. That's the wrong phrase. I don't remember the phrase. There's a phrase about what happens when you're 100% water source is the MWRA. And that gives us a discount for that. So that's a little bit less than the previous years. Then there's the operating budget, which is the department's fixed costs. So the select board has a budget of $25,176,120, 2.42% increase. These numbers aren't all at 2.5%, which would have made us much happier if we could have gotten there, but they are less than last year. So we're having to tighten our belts, and I'm happy to look and see that, yes, our belts are being tightened to some extent. Other appropriations. Last night you voted for the Shawshene feasibility study. There it is in the budget. The capital article, there it is in the budget. Capital bonded projects are in the budget. Cable TV, just all the items that show up and for other appropriations. OPEB, 788,690. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of work over a lot of time, and we always like to say thank you to the people who really put in a lot of the work. Mr. Hanson, Ms. Strong, Ms. Fidalgo, Ms. Corain, and Mr. Rigo, who is just 4 weeks, is it 4 weeks now? 4 weeks in the job, so surprise, welcome aboard. Then we want to thank the boards and committees because a lot of work gets done there too. Select board, school committee, planning board, board of health, library trustees, capital expenditure, and community preservation. They all have needs to keep this the kind of town we want to live in, and they all help very much with putting together a budget, which is, as I just said, a lot of work. Fun time. This is where you get to see how many mistakes I make reading this.
Could I, Ben, just let me interrupt you for a sec.
Sure.
The school committee has asked to make a brief presentation on their budget, and I think I'd like to do that now before you read the motion, as it might have an impact on what people want to hold on that. So I don't know if Superintendent Schwang's ready to put it in, whether you could help him put his slides up there. And then we'll come back to Mr. Thomas to give the motion, and when he provides the motion, he will read the full budget, and you'll have an opportunity to put holds on any of the accounts that you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. This presentation provides key information about the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for the Bedford Public Schools, which aims to balance our deep commitment to our educators with our responsibility to sustain high-quality learning experiences for our students amidst the fiscal challenges facing Bedford taxpayers. The total proposed operating budget for our district is $53.7 million. This represents a carefully managed increase of about $1.6 million, or or 3.08% over this year's budget, and our best efforts to reduce expenses as much as possible without fundamentally compromising student services. The fiscal reality facing Bedford is shared by communities across Massachusetts. Rising costs are far outpacing revenues. Simply maintaining our current operating infrastructure without any changes is not fiscally sustainable and would require more than a 7.7% increase, driven in part by a necessary and community-supported wage adjustment to retain Bedford's qualified educators, along with rapidly rising costs for non-discretionary services. In order to contain the budget increases, we are proposing responsible reductions that are possible due to declining enrollment and strategic redeployment of staff. For perspective, please note that from last year to next year, our student population is projected to drop by more than 6%. A proportional, go back to the last slide, sorry. Yeah, a proportional decrease of our roughly 500 staff is approximately 30 FTE, full-time equivalents. We reduced about 6 positions between last year and this year and are proposing a reduction of about 18.5 positions for next year. However, through careful planning, we currently hope to keep total job loss next year to approximately 3 positions out of those 18.5. We acknowledge that this transition may be challenging, even for staff members who remain employed, but may experience shifts in job responsibilities. But our top priority remains ensuring that students receive the services that they need. Though the delivery model may be adapted, interventions for both special and general education students, including services currently provided through the Skills Center and Academic Achievement Center, will be prioritized. In addition, we are proposing to raise new revenue, but to do so without sacrificing the equitable access to educational opportunities that define our community. To do this, we are introducing an all-access student activity fee, a model that is unique compared to other districts. A single fee provides access to unlimited sports clubs and activities, and we will implement a confidential fee waiver process to ensure that no student is prevented from participating due to ability to pay. Finally, to manage financial uncertainty with non-discretionary expenses, we have the ability to access the Special Education Stabilization Fund, which the town approved an increase to last night. First established by the town 2 years ago, we want to be clear that the district relies on it strictly as a last resort for extraordinary and volatile special education costs to prevent cuts to other essential school services. This responsible budget has earned broad support from town leadership and was unanimously approved by the school committee, the finance committee, and the select board. Now we ask for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I'll ask Mr. Thomas to come back up and make the motion for the operating budget.
All set?
All set, yes, thank you.
Everyone comfortable? I move that the town approve the expenditures in the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, as printed in the warrant, totaling $127,913,754, and to meet said appropriation to transfer $80,000 from the pension reserve fund and to raise and appropriate $127,833,754 from the FY 2027 tax levy.
No, hold on a sec. We're going to read each account and consider this to be part of the motion so that you can hold those that you want, and that will allow us to split it. So go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
The proposed fiscal year 2027 operating budget. Account 122, Select Board, $1,464,811. Account 133, Finance and Admin Services, $1,077,315. Account 155, Information Technology, $1,227,000. Account 910, Insurance and Benefits, $20,417,451, with segregations of health insurance, $10,873,155. Retirement assessment, $6,877,543. General insurances, $1,400,000. Medicare assessment, $1,100,653. Unemployment insurance, $137,500. Life insurance, $17,600. Employee wellness, $11,000.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yes, I got it, thank you.
Account 710, principal and interest, $11,600,000.
Thank you.
Account 131, financial committees, $751,614. Account 141, assessors, $350,384. Account 151, legal services, $200,300. Account 161, town clerk, $338,702. Account 162, elections and registrations, $54,675. Account 175, planning board, $287,629. Account 210, police department, $5,744,760. Account 220, fire department, $3,789,301. Account 236, town center, $0.
Is there a hold, excuse me, is there a hold for the $0 item? Yes. Thank you, go ahead.
Account 240, building department, $778,543. Account 300, school department, $53,697,409. More with feeling. Account 301, vocational education, $1,625,701. Account 192, facilities department, municipal, $3,885,061. Account 400, public works, $16,913,315. Account 423, snow and ice, $342,453. Account 500, Board of Health, $548,412. Account 501, hazardous waste, $0. Account 503, mosquito control, $0. Account 540, Bedford Local Transit, $73,685. Account 541, Council on Aging, $303,815. Account 542, Youth and Family Services, $661,167. Account 610, Public Library, $1,719,795. Account 630, Recreation Commission, $60,456. Account 691, Historic Preservation Commission, $0. Total, $127,913,754.
Okay, so now the motion's complete, I'd entertain a second. Second. Thank you. The motion's been made and seconded. Here's how I'd like to proceed. The first thing I'm going to do is repeat all the accounts that have been held, and to make sure we're all in agreement. And then we will proceed with separately debating and voting each of the held items first. And then we'll have one final vote on the unheld items with the opportunity to adjust the total amount declared by Mr. Thomas in the event that all the held item totals don't stand up. Please. Microphone 2, please.
Yeah, the segregations listed in the warrant, I presume still apply even though you didn't read them just now. Is that correct?
Point of information, Mr. Moderator. Who is that speaking?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Rich. Jerry Pfeffer, 28 Battle Flag Road. The segregation descriptions in the warrant of salaries and expenses, et cetera, which were not explicitly read when you read the budget, they still apply, don't they, even though you haven't read them?
I believe the answer is yes. I think that my copy of the motion book is just missing some of what was in the warrant.
I'm sorry, when you segregated, you just segregated the items for health insurance and retirement assessment, but the segregation descriptions for salaries, expenses, all the way down the line, and in a few cases, there are some other segregations. I was under the impression that those segregations still apply to the budgets. Do they not?
I believe they do. I'll check with the town manager. As I said, there's a typographical error, for lack of a better term. I don't have that on my copy of the motion.
Perhaps I'll take a shot at this. I think it was the historic practice of Bedford when we moved the budget that we would list out all the salary and expense segregations. That practice was stopped several years ago, I assume for a valid reason, but I think that's what you're referring to, the actual expense segregations between salaries and expenses, correct?
I don't need them to be read. I just wanted to make sure, did they still apply? Are the segregations still in effect? In other words, the selectmen cannot decide to spend $1 million on salaries and take it out of expenses, for example.
So I understand the question, Jerry. Let me confirm, because you really don't want me being your source of all truth.
Understood.
So Jerry, as you might expect, it's in the warrant for educational purposes. What you're voting on is the department level, the account level numbers.
And this is-
So for instance, 910 insurance and benefits, you're voting on 20 million. All the lines below it in italics are informational only. They sum up to that 20 million. What you're voting on is the 20 million. They're there for informational purposes.
Okay, and this is what's been done for several years. I'm surprised, because it means in principle.
Excuse me, I'm just going to stop you here because you're at a point of order. I think the question's been answered. We have held a number of these, and feel free when we start speaking of the first one, if you'd like to adjust the motion and segregate it and all that, that might be possible. But
I understand, thank
I don't
you.
want to have a dialogue on the point of order. I think
I
it's been
understand.
asked and answered. Thanks. Okay, so the motion's been made, it's been seconded. Before we start breaking this down, I'd like to just review that we've got all the held items first. I'm going to reference by account number, and the first account number that was held, while it was held for one subsection of the account number, I'm going to hold the entire section 910 for insurance and benefits. I think it was the employee wellness section that the person was interested in. We will also hold account 710, principal and interest, account 131, financial committees, account 141, assessors, account 210, police department, account 220, fire department, account 236, town center, account 240, building department, account 300, school department, account 192, facilities department, municipal, account 400, public works, account 423, snow and ice, account 500, Board of Health, account 541, Council on Aging, and account 691, Historic Preservation Commission. Did I miss any account that someone wanted to hold? Okay, so as has been my practice, I would like to address the held items first. in the event that the numbers change before we go back and approve the remaining items in the total. So we're going to just do this in order, and please.
Thank you. Mark Siegenthaler, 20 Anthony Road. Unless I missed it, the Finance Committee did not actually make a recommendation, and neither has the Select Board.
Correct. You're correct. And so I wanted to confirm the held items, and then I forgot to go to the recommendations. So we will ask the Finance Committee, since Mr. Thomas is there already, if he'd like to give the recommendation of the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends your approval of this article.
Thank you. Select Board.
Dan Brosco, 57 Loomis Street for the Select Board. Select Board recommends approval of Article 15.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had our motions, we've segregated it, we've made the recommendations. Now we're going to go to debate, and we will start with account 910, insurance and benefits. Does anyone wish to be heard on this account? Microphone 2, please. Oh, excuse me, one more second, hold on. We are also tonight employing again the roving microphone, and we have Atarva and Brendan over there in the front right corner of the room, and please feel free to make use of them. It wasn't oversubscribed last night, so anyone in any section of the auditorium, if you would like to speak from your seat, when it comes time for debate, just please get their attention, and they'll come and put you in the queue. Microphone 2, please.
Thank you. Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I have a number of questions on this article, on this line item, the entire line item. I held the entire line item, not just employee wellness. But I want to clarify, we need to clarify the issue of the segregations, because the way that motion was read, he expressly segregated dollar amounts for these particular purposes. And I think that means only that dollar amount can be spent for that purpose. And the other segregations that are shown in the warrant, salaries and expenses on the far right, I think are informational, and none of the other articles segregated any money. So can we please clarify what this is? Because if you're telling me that in fact they could decide to spend $20 million entirely on retirement assessment and nothing else, that's not going to happen. But that's not what is permitted by this, and it's not the way the motion was read. So let's clarify that first, please.
I'll just respond from a procedural point of view. The motion that we're discussing is the way it was read. And so if a particular account was read with some segregation, that would apply. The ones that were read without the segregation, in theory, that wouldn't apply. But I will now defer to Mr. Thomas and Town Council as to whether items that weren't segregated should have been.
May I?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I just want to confirm that the segregations that were read, that are highlighted in yellow in the warrant, still apply. I'm only talking about 910. I'm not talking about any of the other, no other segregations were mentioned specifically.
In
But I
account
believe-
910, they were read with separate categories for each subcategory,
Because-
and those would apply.
I think what you said earlier, I may have misunderstood what you said, was that those are informational only. But I think in this case, for line 910, these specific dollar amounts highlighted in yellow are segregations that do apply.
That is correct, and the previous point of order asked why the salary and expense segregations of the other accounts weren't read because they had been in the past. And the answer is those will not apply, but for this particular one, which were read, they will apply.
Thank you. So my questions pertain most to the health insurance, and it's really it's a 13% increase. This is a common issue now. All cities and towns and governments are facing significant health insurance increases again, year over year. It's driven in part by, obviously, all of these benefit expenses are driven by the collective bargaining increases that have been given, the employees that we have, and the benefits that they are accruing as part of their contracts. But my question is, what levers, if any, does the town have to actually control the health insurance costs? A number of years ago, for example, the town negotiated with the collective bargaining units to agree to a different sharing of the costs. The town pays a share, the employer pays some, and the employees pay some. And I think, in fact, this was recently changed to have the town pick up more of the cost. Unfortunately, we did it just in front of sharper increases in the annual cost, which accounts in part for this sharper increase. But I'd like to understand what opportunities, if any, do we have? Is it a matter of collective bargaining in order to to come up with a different sharing of the costs, and what opportunities, I think we're part of the group insurance commission that the Commonwealth operates, and it may be that they simply deliver a bill to us for the coverage that's provided, and we don't have any opportunity to negotiate that in any way. But if someone could just respond to that, please.
I'd like to recognize the town manager.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think in general you're correct that major changes generally require some bargaining with the unions. To clarify, 2 years ago, we did increase our family plan health insurance split from the town only paying, I believe, 62% up to 75%, which was in line with our peers. We did lower the town's contribution slightly for individual plans from 83% down to 82%. We offer a variety of different plans through the GIC, and that variety does help bring costs down. We do see when there are larger spikes in the overall cost of health insurance, some folks do end up switching to the cheaper plans, and we're going into open enrollment next month, and we anticipate we'll probably see a few more transitions this upcoming year. Our luck the last few years in the GIC, well, our increases have been in sort of the 10 to 13% range. Some folks outside the GIC have been seeing 15 to 25% increases. So relative to a few of our peer communities, the GIC the last few years has been on the slightly cheaper side.
Thank you. Is the Medicare assessment, is that paying for Medicare coverage for retirees? Or what? I'm just not sure what that is for.
Yes.
Thank you. And everybody remembers the question, I'm sure. Now, it's like the Medicare test that they give you. The other question I have, just, and there's a later article that deals with funding the OPEB trust fund. None of the monies in the OPEB trust fund are used to pay any of these costs. Is that correct? In other words, that fund is just going to continue to accumulate monies until it is fully funded, and at that point it would then start to pay the costs of the retired employees, and the town just pays what is, I may have the wrong nomenclature, but the normal cost, similar to retirement pension funding.
So, through you, Mr. Moderator, my understanding is that we could sooner. In this particular budget, we are not dipping into the OPEB trust fund at all, and our plan is not to until it is fully funded or at some time far in the future when you would have to, we're pay-as-you-go 100% right now for active employees and retirees, all within this budget alone.
Okay, thank you. I agree with that, because otherwise you're just, if you take it out of that fund, you're just going to have to put it back eventually or pay for it one way or the other. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else wishing to speak to account 910, then we are ready to move to a vote on this item. All votes on the budget require a simple majority. There were a number of subsections that were read in the warrant, so the subtotals, these are all being voted now. By a show of cards, all those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare section 910, account 910 passed by a majority vote. We're going to now move to account 710, principal and interest. If anyone wish to be heard on that. Microphone 2.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I believe the town's policy is to try to limit debt service costs to 10% of the budget, operating budget. Is that
that's been a hard and fast number for
Right.
many years.
So we're at, this will bring us to 9.1%. My question is, one, have we bonded all of the fire station project, which is, I think, the largest current capital project underway? And if not, how much remains to be bonded?
Town manager, please.
So Walter, the percentage where we will be at just over 9% at the 11.6 million does include the full fire station debt service.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is simply, how fast do we amortize our debt? Do you use any sort of guideline, some percentage within the first 10 years? I mean, some issuers try to go for 60% in the first 10 years, 40% thereafter. It varies from issuer to issuer, but I'm just curious if we have any policies or guidelines on that, and in fact, how fast are we amortizing our debt?
Sure. The rating agencies do strongly prefer when you're amortizing your debt quickly. If they see a lot of it coming off in the next 5 or 10 years, it's a very strong signal for them. We typically, when I look back at our current debt schedule, have been doing basically bundles. So we'll do a BAN, which is a bond anticipation note, which is just a short-term borrowing for maybe 1 or 2 years of capital, and then we'll do one larger borrowing. Depending on the capital items in there, we would typically bond as long as possible, but they're pretty restrictive because they don't want us bonding longer than the useful life for our equipment. So our normal capital plan items are never bonded for more than 10 years. So our capital projects, which are the majority of our bonded items, are in that 5 to 10 year range typically. Major building improvements, we can typically bond those for longer, 20 years. And new construction buildings can even be 30 years or more in some cases.
Thank you.
I'm going to recognize microphone 2, please.
Lucille Wilson, 50 Hancock Street. I just have a comment. There's been a lot of discrepancies between the presentation and the warrant, and that's been sort of an ongoing trend the last couple of town meetings. So next town meeting, I would like absolute accuracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, we're going to move to a vote on account 710, principal and interest in the amount of $11,600,000. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Account 131, financial committees, $751,614. Microphone 2, please.
Jerry Pfeffer, 28 Battle Flag Road. Now that I understand that the segregations on the right are only informational only, this is the reserve fund is the only item that I think should be segregated, because doesn't that have special legal accounting rules applied to it? So shouldn't it be segregated so that, because that number can be, money from that can be used for anything once the Finance Committee agrees to it.
Right, the Finance Committee controls the release of the money, and it can be done very quickly, and it can be released for any purpose that they agree is reasonable.
No, I understand. I'm sorry,
So
Mr.
I'm-
Moderator. My question is, should the item be listed as a segregation, since it's a special account that is different from all the others?
I'm seeing a no from council.
No? Okay.
Hang on for a second, Walter.
Mr. Pfeffer, if you chose to amend the motion that's on the floor, you can do that as well. If you chose to introduce a segregation for that one, you're within your right to make that motion.
Yes. I'm sorry, I was
But
shocked
let-
to hear the answer.
I
Yes.
think maybe they're gonna just clarify a little further whether it's necessary to have that segregation. If their answer is no, you could still choose to
I understand.
force it if you'd like. Okay, I'm going to assume you have as much information as you get. If you would like to continue and make a motion from the floor to amend this item, please state your motion.
Okay, I have to borrow a piece of paper from someone because I don't have any spares, but yes, I'd like to amend item 131 to include a segregation of $750,000 for the reserve fund. And the reason is, the way it's worded right now, you have $751,614 that the Finance Committee controls. They could spend $200,000 on expenses and automatically make the reserve fund a much smaller number, and that would then be limited to be applied to other budgets. I understand the Finance Committee could arbitrarily decide that it's going to transfer the money from the reserve fund to their expense account, but
Could I just interrupt you for a sec? In
Yes.
this, since we have these informational segregations right here in writing, I don't necessarily need a piece of paper from you, but I would ask you to amend your motion to include both items that need to be segregated so that they add up to the total of what was moved before. So you asked for a segregation of $750,000 for the reserve fund, but
and 1,614 for expenses. Yeah, I understand your point. Thank you.
so, and I believe someone previously seconded that, so that's been seconded. We have a motion on the floor. I would appreciate that in writing, Mr. Pfeffer, as we proceed, but I have it right in front of me here. So now you've argued in favor of your amendment. Do you care to say anything more to that regard? Or?
No, thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else wish to be heard with regard to the amendment to the main motion that's on the floor now? I'm going to recognize microphone 4.
Nicholas Howard, 7 Daniels Drive. I just want to encourage people to approve of this segregation so that we can then just have it on the record segregated.
Thank you. Okay, so an amendment to a motion requires just a simple majority. It sounds like the debate's done. We are now just voting whether we accept the amendment that's been presented to include the language of a segregation of expenses for $1,614 and for the reserve fund at $750,000. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I'm going to declare that motion passed by a majority vote. So now we're back to the main motion, which includes the previously moved Financial Committee account 131 in the total of $751,614 with a further segregation of $1,614 for expenses and $750,000 for reserve funds. We can open up debate for the revised main motion. I'll recognize microphone 2.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I have an easy one. I just wanted to know what the current balance is of the FinCom Reserve Fund and what your expectations are, if you know at this point, for any further use of it during this fiscal year.
So Walter, it's $652,100 is the current balance. And to my knowledge, we don't know of any pending transfers, but we did do something for the Facilities Department earlier in the year, which is why it's below the 750.
One follow-up question. What's been the trend, say, in the last 5 years in terms of usage? Because what I'm wondering is, while we're level funding it so it doesn't really impact things, it's in the budget, are we overfunding it? Are we just carrying this money? Because if it's not used, this ends up as part of free cash, I believe. Is that right? Unused appropriations?
Well, it came from free cash and it's returning to free cash.
Returning to free cash, so it's really a wash. But what is I'm just curious what the actual usage has been, if you know, in
I
the
don't
last
know off the
few
top of
years.
my head, but my memory is that it's well below $1 million year over year.
And has it been used at all to fund, well, the schools have the special education reserve fund now, which
When-
is separately
when-
funded, so
when-
presumably this hasn't been drawn on to deal with that.
When COVID
It may have
came,
been previously, but no longer, given that.
when we paused for COVID, we worried about the schools and other things. We took $2 million and put it in, you'll probably remember, at town meeting, we had to approve it, took $2 million and put it into the reserve fund so we could react quickly. We then put it back when the COVID problems were behind us, so to speak.
Okay.
So no dollars were ever spent, but we did take it out so we could do a quick reaction if we needed to.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move to a vote. I'll recap where we're at because we've had an amendment. We're in account 131, financial committees, for a total amount of $751,614, further segregated into expenses at $1,614, and the reserve fund at $750,000. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? I'll declare that one passed unanimously. Account 141, assessors, $350,384. Microphone 2, please.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I have a question about the overlay reserve, which I don't know if I'm not sure if it's funded in this item. I don't think it is actually, but the FinCom report at the front of the warrant shows the 5-year trend for the overlay reserve. It's planning on $1 million this year. Was $600,000 in the current fiscal year, 26, and has been less than that, 525, 383, 522, going back to fiscal 23. So my question is, what is the rationale for increasing it to $1 million?
You want me to give my answer, or?
Well, I guess I would
we-
prefer to hear from maybe the assessors, someone, why that is considered to be necessary. I know what the overlay reserve is for,
And that's where we
but
get
I'm
it from.
trying to, I'd like to understand the reason for increasing it this year by a fairly substantial amount.
There's been a large increase in the number of ATB cases that we've received in the last 2 years.
And
Couldn't hear me? Well, I'm not often accused of that. There have been an increase in the number of ATB cases that were reported to us in the last 2 years.
my question, follow-up question then is, are those primarily commercial properties? Is this the same phenomena
Yes.
that other cities, Boston and others are grappling with,
It's
decreasing
primarily,
commercial values?
it's primarily commercial.
And my final question is, what is the projection for new growth this year? I think it's $1.6 million. How does that compare with prior years? Are we seeing less new growth, and what is the outlook for that going forward? Because that affects, again, the tax levy and will accelerate the use of any unused levy if there is any.
So that's a case where I prefer the assessors answer that, because we get that number from them and we're not allowed to change it.
I can just answer quickly.
I'll recognize the town manager, please.
Great. I've already talked to the assessor about this previously, so, but through you, Mr. Moderator, we received just over 1.6 million last year, 1.65 million in actual real new growth. So the 1.6 million is not an overly conservative number, sort of right on track. That's come down quite a bit from our high, which is more in the mid $2 million range. It was 2.3 million the year before. I think 1.6 million, if we continue to see the residential development that we've been seeing, is still a realistic number, even despite the slowdown on the large commercial construction that we saw in some of the years prior.
Just to follow up, is most of the new growth then really residential, including the larger projects that are being undertaken in town? Any of the apartments or residential projects, or is there still commercial?
In the last year, it's been a shift towards residential. We do still have quite a few commercial tenant fit-outs, which do generate some new growth, but it's been a shift to residential over the last 1 to 2 years.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I see 2 more speakers I'm going to recognize, but I'm going to go to microphone 4 first before I go to the remote roving. Microphone 4, please.
Nicholas Howard, 7 Daniels Drive. Not speaking for the Board of Assessors, but as one of the assessors is informed on this subject, I just want to provide the information that the guidance is that our overlay ought to be close to double what we are even putting in now. So even this amount is below what guidance would suggest.
Thank you. I'm going to go to roving. Microphone 5, please.
Hello?
Yes.
This is Anna Trout, 35 Riverside Ave. The finance person referenced an ATB, I believe, and I don't know what that means.
Mr. Thomas or town manager, if you could.
Sure, through you, Mr.
Explain.
Meyer. The appellate tax board is when someone files an abatement request and the town denies that request, they can appeal our denial 1 step further to basically a state regulatory board, a mini court that just deals with tax abatements.
Okay, thank you. Might want to keep that in mind when you mention, acronyms like that, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to a vote on account 141, assessors, in the amount of $350,384. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Okay. Account 210, Police Department, $5,744,760. Microphone 2, please.
For St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. The warrant includes an explanation of an increase of $150,000 for police overtime to close a long-standing gap. I mean, I guess, there was, I believe, within the last couple of years, authorization to hire at least 1 additional officer, but maybe that hasn't happened, it hasn't been filled. I don't know what the status is of that. And maybe there's a difficulty in finding people to fill the position, but I would think that would be somewhat less expensive, maybe not, than the overtime, because it brings the overtime amount to a significant amount. Wasn't it $600,000 or so? I don't remember exactly what the presentation showed, but I'd just like to understand that piece, and then I have one other question.
Sure, through you, Mr. Moderator. I guess town meeting last year, through the request of the select board, did add 1 additional police officer. The hope, since I've been here the last 2.5 years, I think at one point a year before I started, we were down about 8 officers, and overtime was very, very high because of that. We're basically at full staffing approximately at this time. There's always a few officers who are going to be in and out, either injured, maternity leave, things like that. What we've found now, even though we've just got up to full staffing within the last few months, looking at our overtime expenses, is even at full staffing, the $500,000 in the budget was not going to be significant. So before we increased that amount last year, we wanted to have staffing stabilized before we made a request for additional funding. But the overage, or let me just say the total expense in police OT for the last 3 years has been in the $800,000 to $900,000 range. So it is stabilizing, I think, now that we're fully staffed, but we're only bringing it up to $650,000. We're not bringing it up to the $900,000 it was at its peak.
Okay, thank you. And my other question relates to what the percentage increases are in salaries for the police department for fiscal '27. However, I think there's an article that we've deferred to come after this operating budget that deals with the new contract, and I'm happy to defer my questions till then to understand what the...
Gratefully accepted. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to a vote for account 210, Police Department, $5,744,760. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Account 220, Fire Department, $3,789,301. Microphone 2.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. Again, the budget increase is fairly small, 1.5%. However, that's in part because you've moved one firefighter and a half administrator to the ambulance budget, as I read this correctly. And could you just explain the rationale for that? And then I have a follow-up.
Mr. Hanson.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Moderator. That's going to more closely align with the actual staffing that we have. On the ambulance, we're going to be running the second ambulance more often. I don't know if that probably doesn't clearly answer your question. The ambulance, and let me just rephrase that. The ambulance enterprise can support the addition of one additional full-time firefighter within the budget, but they will actually be working those shifts on the ambulance as well. So it's really just a realigning of our budgets to how the station is actually being staffed and operated during the day.
Okay. By moving these costs into the ambulance enterprise budget, that takes it out of the operating budget, if these were included, am I correct that the select board budgets would be above the FinCom guideline?
Yes.
So this goes to a comment some others made. I think we should be clearer about when we say we met the guideline. Well, we met the guideline by moving people into a different budget that we're not counting and saying we met the guideline. That really doesn't, the total spending is what it is. I think we should be clearer about that in the future. My other question is simply, what is the percentage contract increases for the firefighters in fiscal 27 under their current contract?
Let me just double check. It's either 3 or 3.5%. So give me 1 second, I can double check.
Thank you. And related to that, just when does their contract expire? We can get.
They have up in fiscal 28, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna wait for the answer to that, and I'm gonna recognize only one more speaker, and then we're gonna vote this one, so.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Two things. Fiscal 29 for the end of the firefighter contract, not fiscal 28, calendar year 28. So fiscal year 29 for the end of the contract. Last year and this year, the technical COLA for the fire department is 2.5%. However, there was some modification to the step schedule. So depending on how many firefighters are on different steps, the total cost to the town, I recall us calculating, was closer to 3.5% this year because of modifications to the step schedule.
Thank you.
Microphone 3, please.
Stephen Steele, 7 Jeffrey Circle. Now that we've moved these employees to the Enterprise Fund, how are we accounting for the benefits associated with these employees? Are they still the town's responsibility, or are they shifted over to the Enterprise Fund?
Mr. Steele, while they're looking that up, if you know you have additional questions, feel free to throw them out now. Okay.
I may have a follow-up depending on the answer.
Thank you.
The enterprise fund? Steve, we're not charging the ambulance enterprise fund for benefits currently.
Is there discussion of, since the enterprise fund is a revenue generating fund, is there any discussions of having some revenue to help fund OPEB?
Took a while to make sure we're sure of our facts. We could, but we don't.
We could.
We
Okay,
could.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to a vote now on account 220, Fire Department, in the amount of $3,789,301. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Account 236, Town Center, in the amount of 0. Microphone 2.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I realize it's 0, but it also was moved from this account to the Facilities Department Municipal. We can discuss it at that point if you want, or we talk about it now. I just want to understand what's going on and where this money is, what this money was being used for Town Center, and how it's going to be used in the Facilities Department.
Well, I think since you've asked the question, let's go ahead and address it now.
Great.
No, I don't mind.
Town
Through you,
manager,
Mr. Moderator. A few years ago, when the Town Center Board dissolved, the first action we took was moved the salary of just the one paid staff member they had and moved that into facilities. That was sort of the first step. This year, we just moved the remainder of those costs into the Facilities Department. In essence, they were managing the building anyways, just having to charge to a separate account. It's just building maintenance expenses, mainly custodial and mainly just custodial expenses at this point, and general maintenance.
But it's not personnel directly. It's not a person that was.
No, that was pulled out two years ago.
Okay, so this other, okay, thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Stephen Steele, 7 Jeffrey Circle. So isn't the Town Center a revenue generating fund? It used to be. Do we not do room rentals anymore?
Go ahead, Matt.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, it does still generate rentals through room rentals, but I would not call it a money generator. The majority of the building is used by, the Health Department, the Council on Aging, and Recreation. So the room rentals, but, I, in my knowledge, never made enough money to fully offset the cost of running the building.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to a vote on this item. While the amount is 0, I still want to take a vote because it was held. So Town Center in the amount of 0. All those in favor, please raise your card. Thank you. Thank you. All those opposed? I declare that one passed unanimously. Account 240, Building Department, $778,543. Please approach the microphone if you want to be heard. Seeing no one, we're going to move to a vote to that item. For that item, account 240, Building Department, $778,543. All in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you. I declare that one passed by a majority vote. School Department, account 300, in the amount of $53,697,409. Microphone 3, please.
Stephen Steele, 7 Jeffers Circle. A few questions. In your budget, what was your increase for special education, in-state tuition, or in-district tuition, and transportation?
So I'll recognize interchangeably the chair of this committee or the superintendent, whoever would like to answer the question.
Sorry, I missed the very first part of the question, sorry.
What was your budget increase for the out-of-district special education tuition and the out-of-district tuition, transportation? What was the percent increase over last year?
Sorry, give me 1 second. Which one? Yeah, sorry. 7? Sorry, why don't you go? Sorry, hold on. I want to make it.
Can you anticipate any further questions, Steve, or do you want to wait for that one?
I have further questions.
Yeah, sorry about that. For special ed transportation, wait, that's the maintenance effort. Let me find the. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I get this right.
And Superintendent, if you could just lean into the microphone when you do answer too, please. Mr. Steele, if you know your other questions, and if they're quantitative like this, throw them out there so we can get the multiple answers.
In your slide, you mentioned proportional reductions. What is a proportional reduction versus a regular reduction that you had listed on the slide?
So let's wait there. I'll get those two answers. While we're waiting for this, I'm just going to, there's a collective interest of town meeting to get its business accomplished, and I think all these questions are appropriate, and everyone's going to get their 3 minutes. But if you ask a question that's not reasonably answered, I might say that you'll have to make a vote, informed vote without an answer, or we can't wait forever on some of these
Yeah,
if they're
sorry,
particularly
so
hard to find. Go ahead.
there's a number of factors going into the sort of final figure with offsets, but after the offsets, the increase in special ed transportation is 0.9%, and the increase in special ed out-of-district tuition is 0.1%. But those are masking some of the offsets and the use of the reserve fund. So I can go into more detail, but it would
No,
require more time.
and Superintendent, he also asked what proportional reductions mean, I think in the staffing concept. Go ahead and restate your question.
On your slide, you listed proportional reductions, and you listed FTE reductions. What is a proportional FTE reduction versus a regular reduction, FTE reduction?
I think the point I was trying to make is that as we experience declining enrollment, you would expect potentially that the staff should contract. So I was trying to give some context for the number of position reductions. So what I had articulated is that roughly 500 staff, 6% reduction is about 30 FTE. Our actual proposed reductions across the 2 years are 6 and 18.5, which is 24.5 across the 2 years. So the number of staff reductions are smaller than what you might expect, but students and teachers are not, perfectly proportional in terms of how services have to be delivered. Does that make sense?
So if I had to use that same analogy, you had a reduction of your enrollment of 6%.
Yeah.
And you asked for an increase of 3%.
Yep.
Plus you have special education transfers, you're up over 10% increase. Math.
Okay, we're coming up
I
on
don't-
the
I don't
three
think
minutes.
That's a
time
comment.
limit.
You're asking, basically asking for a 10% increase.
I don't think that, I'm not tracking exactly what you're saying.
Okay, so hold on, so, the speakers are allowed to ask questions, and I'll direct the answers. I know it took a while to get these answers, but it's well over 3 minutes now. Mr. Steele, do you have a final comment or question?
But I guess the question is, don't I have the courtesy, if they spent more than...
It took a while for them to answer your
Right.
questions, but you're asking difficult questions too, so.
Then these are not difficult questions. They're on slides that they prepared. What I'm saying is you had a reduction of enrollment of 6%, right? You asked for a 3% increase. In the past, when we had increases in enrollment of 5%, we gave the school committee 5%. You're asking for 3, where you had a reduction of 6. So I'm saying, in theory, you're asking for a 10% increase.
Okay.
It's a
thank you.
comment.
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna go to microphone 1, please.
Alethea Yates, 37 Shawshene Road. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to begin by thanking the superintendent for giving us a presentation tonight. I think that's a step in the right direction. I'd like to encourage him to use more time next time. There's 10 minutes to give presentations. I'd like to remind everybody how much time we spent last night arguing about $50,000 for Dunster Road, and here we have $53 million ahead of us. Traditionally, people don't ask many questions about the school budget, and I think it's largely because we don't really understand the details. When I complained last year, I was told that I should attend the school committee meetings to find out what the budget is all about. Well, town meeting can't all attend all the school committee meetings. Everybody else who comes before the town meeting has to be prepared, asking for money, has to be prepared to defend it in great detail. And I wish that we all understood it better, then we know how to ask questions. I can see tonight there are going to be some questions, and that's good. But I sure wish we had more questions, more pushback about the expenses. Everybody's worried about money. We need to know more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I have 2 questions and a comment. The first question is, can you tell us what you expect this new activity fee will generate in revenue, what you anticipate it will be, even if you don't know the exact amount per pupil or however you're going to charge it?
We're looking up the exact figure, but it's in the order of $300,000.
Please be sure to lean into the microphone so people can hear you.
It's in the order of $300,000 or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the salary, the percentage salary increase for teachers for the current fiscal year, fiscal 26, and what is it going to be for fiscal 27?
Are you talking about the cost of living increase in the contract or the actual salary growth?
The cost of living increase.
So currently in the, for fiscal 27, the across the board COLA that was negotiated is 3.25%, but the contract also calls for additional 2.5% cost of living increase for anyone on the top step.
So someone at the top step is getting, well, I couldn't hear the.
5.75%.
That's for fiscal 27.
That is the third year of a 3-year
And
contract.
what was it in this current fiscal year, fiscal 26?
The same.
Over 5%, 2 years. Was it also true for the first year of the contract?
The first year was was it 3? It was 3%, not 3.25. It was slightly lower. But recall that this was a market adjustment correction for the fact that the teachers accepted a 0% during COVID, and the successor contract after that did not make up for that market loss. Yeah.
We can debate that, but my comment is, I think that given the declining enrollment, the planned reduction isn't sufficient. And you can't have salary increases of over 5% year over year on a significant number of teachers and expect that everybody's going to be able to retain their job. And the unfortunate fact is, of course, that the youngest staffers are the ones who are going to bear the brunt of layoffs and reductions. But I think 6 employees with over 6% reduction in the school population and only 6 employees, you mentioned 18.5, but I thought you said that might be reduced to 3, and I couldn't see it because the moderator was blocking part of the slide, but.
It was approximately, through the moderator.
Doesn't matter
It was
now.
approximately 6 between last year and this year, and it is a budgetary reduction of 18.5 positions, What I was sharing is that through strategic reallocation and looking at retirements and not filling vacancies, we believe the actual job loss can be limited to 3, but the actual budget reduction is 18.5 positions and roughly $1.6 million of cost out of the salary line item.
Okay, well, I think you need to do more if you're gonna maintain long-term, keep this budget sustainable and not face bigger problems going down the road. Because we saw that benefit line item that we discussed earlier. The benefits are driven by the salaries. The retirement assessments that the town pays are driven by the salaries that we're paying. And when we increase salaries the way they are in the teacher's contract, that has a significant impact. And the problem is, especially for the teachers at the highest level, they're not contributing anything close to what they're going to receive as a retirement benefit because they're not going to be here long enough to do that. And I think we really need to recognize that and grapple with it if we want to have the school system we want to have, the quality teachers we want to have. I don't want to see anybody lose their job, but we can't immunize everybody from the effects
Thank you, Walter.
of that.
3 minutes, thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Frank Riccici, 7 Norma Road. Paul, you already answered part of my question, but I'm appalled that you would consider an activity fee as a revenue generator. My wife and I have had 3 children go through the school system here. They've been involved with sports, drama, chorus, and what we prided ourselves in as a town was diversity, not just gender diversity and racial diversity, but financial diversity. And by penalizing students who either can't afford it or maybe too embarrassed to stand up and ask for the money, you are basically excluding some people from the program. So a budget that includes an activity fee is a non-starter for me, and I would not consider voting for it.
I'll allow you a brief response, Ms. Beglanley, but unless it's a question, we're not going to have a debate. Go ahead.
We agree. The school committee took the decision. What's that? Oh.
Yes, we can hear you. Just
Thank you, Don. Sarah McGinley, 111 Wilson Road. We took it very seriously. It was not something we wanted to consider. If it's helpful, any student who qualifies for free or reduced lunch automatically gets a waiver of any fee. And there's also a confidential process by which if a family does apply for pretty much any reason, it will be granted. So our intent here is not to limit participation or to penalize anyone. We truly value everyone's participation. We've tried to make a path for everyone to be able to do so.
thank you. I'm going to recognize microphone 4, please.
Nicholas Howard, 7 Daniels Drive. We oftentimes look at price per student, and I was wondering if the budget forecasts currently model varying price per student that might be expected based off of the various populations that move into Bedford, knowing that there are approximately 400 units coming on board in the next year or two. That's about a 10% increase in units. That will presumably result in a different category of student than is typically modeled, and I'm wondering if those numbers are modeled differently or if you just use a single unit.
Superintendent Chuang, go ahead.
So this is something we've talked about, but we haven't, given the way that the budget is structured, it's not something that we use right now as a sort of analytical tool, but it's something we've talked about in terms of looking at the resource allocation across the district. I'm not sure I fully understand the second part in terms of the units and how that would affect it, but we can maybe talk about that offline.
Thank you. Microphone 1, please.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Coles, 4 Beulah Road. First, as a town resident, I'd like to thank all the committee volunteers and the town staff who have spent hundreds of hours preparing for town meeting. I am also the president of the Bedford Education Association. The BEA thanks the Bedford residents for their continuing support of the Bedford Public Schools. Passing the proposed budget is critical to avoiding any destabilizing cuts to the schools. The educators and the students, thank you for your support of this budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Stu Trout, 35 Riverside Avenue. I have a comment and then 2 loose questions. If they're not easily answered, we can pass them. Anyways, my first point is my wife and I do not have any students in the system, nor have we, but we do understand how important schools are, and we strongly support them. even though we don't have any personal interest in them, but we do support them. And I want to thank the school board and all of the committees that support that for maintaining the high-quality schools that we enjoy in this town. So thank you for that. My question is, if you can answer, do we know what our average cost per student is on this upcoming budget? And a second question, which may be a little bit harder, and I understand if you can't answer it. Do you have a breakdown between a generic student and a special needs student in cost per student? We heard some rather interesting information when we met with our state representative on Saturday, and I was just wondering if you could back those numbers up. If possible, again, if you don't have that number available, I understand.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
These are usually retroactively calculated through DESI formula, so we don't have that looking forward. And I don't know if we typically do a cost per student comparison between general and special ed. For many special ed students, we have a precise figure, but that's not obviously representative. But as I mentioned to the prior questioner, this is something we're considering in terms of another analytic tool, but we don't have those right now.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
I'm going to twist it a little bit. My name is Rich Doherty from 49 Elm Street. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make about a 30-second comment and then ask a question.
Please.
So if that's okay with you, I will proceed. That's okay with you, I
Please.
guess, right? All right. Wasted that time. You know, folks, a measure of how great people are, a town, a society, a country, is how well we take care of our old people and our young people and our sick people. And schools is young people. And, you know, we need to debate like we're doing, but my interest in schools, I don't have a specific interest like the gentleman spoke before me, but I do have an interest in educating young people. And even better than we do now in Bedford. That's the future of what this country can be if we get a chance to have it. So what I would like to ask in terms of a question is, there was a reduction in enrollment, which resulted in a reduction in teaching staff. And one of the speakers pointed out that usually falls on the burden of the younger teachers, but those younger teachers are the less wise. They haven't been there long enough to convey to our students what is wise. So, how many courses have we had to drop, if any? Have we had to drop a language? Have we had to drop a music department? Something. Have we had to drop something because of this?
So as I stated to the community throughout the budget process, the drawing line in terms of what reductions we could achieve was to avoid precisely that. So we are reducing no student services, dropping no student programs. We will continue to meet student need. The reason why we can reduce staffing without impacting student services is because we have less students and through strategic reallocation. So we are in the process of assigning staff and resources for next year, but that was the line. We would have gone lower if we could have, but that was my commitment to the school committee and to the community, which is we were gonna go as much as we could without destabilizing or impacting programs.
Ms. McGinley, please quickly add.
Sorry, not direct, I just wanted to get back to the speaker previously. We did check, the data is calculated retroactively. In 2024, our DESI per student all funds number is $25,410. So just to get back to you, sorry to get back to that point.
Mr. Doherty, I didn't count that time against you, but you've got about a minute left, excluding that time there. Go ahead.
Okay. Has the average class size across the system been increased?
So in the fall, we released a comprehensive class size and caseload guidelines document that was informed by deliberations across the district and leadership team. Those are clearly outlined in terms of what the ranges are. We don't know yet whether or not that they will, we think they will tick upwards, but again, we made these decisions on the basis of maintaining those guidelines. We expect to continue that, but we may see some upward pressure in the secondary level compared to what has been, but still within guideline.
Mr. Moderator, he took some of my time. So
Please, go ahead. You have a few.
I'd
yeah.
like 30 more seconds, if
Please.
I may, please. I'm vehemently opposed to fees. Everybody ought to have the right opportunity to get at whatever is available that we offer. I know we have provisions for adjustment for it, but I oppose fees of any kind. Everybody should have the same shot. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to microphone 3 again, please. Microphone 3.
Shore Berman, 100 Sweetwater Avenue. Is there a trend over the last 5 years about student enrollment? This year we're down 6%. Is that what we've seen in the past? And do you have any sense of why it's down 6% and what your thoughts are for the future 5 years?
Yeah. So we have been in a continuous trend of declining enrollment like most of the communities in Massachusetts and across the country, actually, except for urban centers typically. The driving factor is demographics and the number of children that are born. People are having less children, and that is expected to continue through the next 5 to 6 years. Based on the current projections, which have been pretty accurate, we'll be at a 2,000 student level in 5 or 6 years compared to next year where we're projected to be 2,350.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to recognize just the final 2 speakers that are at the microphone, and then we're going to go to a vote. Microphone 1, please.
Hi, Stephanie Keep, 12 Great Road.
Please, go ahead.
I just wanted to, so I'm a teacher in a neighboring district. All my friends are basically teachers. I live in a teacher-centric world, and I just want to make sure that it's really emphasized that things are wildly bleak in a lot of our communities. I have friends in districts where overrides just failed and they're gonna have tremendous cuts. I have friends in districts where everyone is just, any new teacher is just about to be laid off because they're not being nearly as surgical as our team in Bedford is. I think Bedford has this magical sweet spot, and we have this magical sweet spot because of the care and attention that our school committee and finance committee give to these matters. When the superintendent talks about like strategic allocations, it's like you're looking at everyone's individual licensure. Where can they teach? How can I move this person around so that I maintain all these services? It's incredibly time consuming and precise, and like going in with a surgical blade instead of something much more dramatic. And so I just want to thank everyone up there for this. We are managing to, we haven't had an override. I know that there's been lots of worries that if we keep spending, we're going to have an override. We haven't here. And we also haven't been oblivious. So we haven't been oblivious to our spending, but we also haven't been so draconian that we've lost droves of teachers like some of our peer districts. So I feel like this team in our town has threaded this needle as we're dealing with loss of income from the state and federal levels for education. We're dealing with declining enrollment in the elementary levels, and it's going up, but we still have the high enrollments at the secondary level. It's not as easy as it seems like it. I don't know how anyone could think it was easy, but if anyone thinks it's in any way easy, it's not. And so I think that it's remarkable how close we've come to hitting this sweet spot. And again, just want to really thank you. Of course, I support this budget. I think that if you haven't spent hundreds and hundreds of hours and know every teacher and individual person in this district, we should trust the people that have. And if they're telling us this is what we need to do, I think it's what we got to do. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I missed the roving microphone in the back of the room, so I'm going to recognize 2 more speakers. Microphone 2, please.
Joe Pianadosi, 14 Putnam Road. And I want the school committee and the school superintendent to just tell town meeting how much of the school budget is for the school facilities department and what the % increase is. And I also want to make a comment that back in the 90s, we created a joint facilities department with the town and the school. And one of the things we all agreed to back then is in the school budget, in the warrant, there would be a breakout showing what the portion of facilities was. We did that for a number of good reasons, and somehow along the way that disappeared. And I think it's important for us to see that and see what the % increase is on that, because it has nothing to do with education, but it's really important that we put a lot of focus on maintaining our buildings. So I'm also requesting to the town and the schools that we put that back in the warrant in the future so we can see that. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can get some clarification on that question, please. Ms. McGinley.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for that question. To start out, it's not in the warrant, but it does appear in our line item budget. So for anyone that wants to access that information, it's available on our website. Lines 130 to 145 details all of that. Overall, it's approximately a 4.7% increase, the facilities portion of our budget, which is approximately $2.6 million.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm only going to recognize one more speaker. Please, you can shout that out at any time. Go ahead. Can we, excuse me, hold on a sec. Can we turn on microphone 2 for a point of order, please? Go ahead.
Is it possible to offer an amendment to this to increase the number, or is that out of the scope of town meeting?
If you had been in line in time, it would be, but there's only one more speaker I'm going to recognize before we go to a vote, so you've missed the opportunity.
I don't believe that's the way the precedence works according to the guide in the back.
I announced several minutes ago that I was going to close the debate.
I'm not speaking on this issue. I'm offering an amendment.
You may not offer amendment unless you're recognized as a speaker and you came to the microphone after I closed debate. I'm sorry. Okay, microphone 3, please. Anyone that wants to challenge that can do it, but I may not accept that. Microphone 3, please.
Nathan Cooperrider, 608 Springs Road. I'm not speaking to raise or lower the budget amount. What I'm talking about is we see that from the materials that there is a staff reduction that is planned, and that there is an accompanying assertion of no loss of services. I think a lot of the problem there is that we're talking about loss of services functionally instead of how families view it, which is structurally around people, programs, and access. It's kind of like having a river crossing. You can take away the bridge, but the accessibility of the river crossing is much more difficult. And I also want to say that just measuring this through averages hides those on the outside the standard deviation, those on the edges at the top and the bottom. And so my questions are, how will we measure the effectiveness of this budget at servicing those on those edges? And when will this information be reported to the public?
Please, Superintendent, if you can.
So we will be measuring the success of whether we've been able to maintain our service level through the class size caseload guideline analysis that we'll do in the fall. And we're going to look at outcomes, student outcomes, in terms of whether or not they continue to be successful as measured by the whole host of things that we look at, which also will be reported on in the fall.
And does that include specific under demographics divided by looking at those outer standard deviations, or just those of the overall averages, which can then be skewed and hide those outside numbers?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but we always look at disaggregations for all of our student groups.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to a vote now on this particular account. It is account number 300, the school department budget, in the amount of $53,697,409. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Moving on to account 192, Facilities Department Municipal, in the amount of $3,885,061. If anyone would like to be heard, please approach the microphone. Seeing no one, we're going to move right to a vote. I think I just mentioned the account and the amount, so I'll take the vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Account 400, Public Works, $16,913,315. I'll recognize microphone 2.
Thank you. Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. A question and a comment. The roads amount that's shown in the informational segregation or description, $1,006,000, is decreased from what had been $1,750,000. There was a reference, I believe, in the FinCom report that this was based on a pavement index condition or something. Could someone just explain what that is? And because, again, this is an example that seems to me of, we're saying we're living within a budget guideline, but in fact, we're just cutting out some spending. There's certainly plenty of roads that could still use work, but I'd like to understand how this is analyzed under this metric that you're using.
We contract with an outside vendor who has a metric and a way of measuring the quality of the roads. Do they have holes? Do they have bumps? I'm looking at Director Manugi, and as long as he's nodding his head, I'm going to keep going. And it's ranked from 0 to 100. And we decided years ago the metric should be at a certain level. It's come up since then, which means the roads are getting in better shape. And why did that number go down? Because someone pitched a fit in a meeting about how high the number was and could we release it a little bit. And it wasn't on any other metric other than I'd like to save a little bit of money and we'll be okay. The way the metric works is that it's really expensive when your numbers are low because you gotta, basically you start to do full depth rebuilds. It gets really expensive. But it's also expensive when you get up near 100 because you're paving all kinds of little cracks and crevices to stay at 100. So I think, and I'm just looking at Mr. Manugian's head nodding, we're around 70% now, 80%, 90%. 86%. We're at 86%, which is really quite good.
Is there any, it's never going to be perfect, I don't expect that, but is there any level that you'll say, we're going to, once we achieve it, we only need to spend, are we going to continue to spend this amount? This was listed as a, in your report, in the front of the warrant, it was characterized as non-discretionary, which I find odd, because it obviously is, in fact.
So like, that's a separate question. Let me finish this one first. It gets expensive at a rapid rate as you get up closer to 100 because you're out there every day with toothbrushes and little shovels trying to make sure every minor little defect and blemish is taken care of. Non-discretionary. This budget has moved around over the years. Personally, I don't know where to put it. It used to be in the capital budget, but it swamped the capital budget completely. It came out of there and it went into capital.
All right, well, I go back to my earlier comment about being fair and how we present the actual budget increase.
This one's hard because it's, sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, just to clarify, Mr. Moderator, through you to the previous speaker, the reduction in this particular budget, because it's shown in this budget but really carried in the sort of undesignated account there, that was not used to help us meet our 2.5 guideline. We reduced the amount of free cash going into the budget, and we reduced that budget, but separate from our guideline.
Thank you. All right, let's move to a vote on account 400, Public Works, $16,913,315. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Account 423, Snow and Ice, $342,453. Microphone 2.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I'm just curious what the damage is in the current fiscal year. Where do we stand on the snow and ice budget? I'm sure it's in deficit.
I'm not sure I should tell you. It's $635,982.
In deficit or including the 342,000 that was appropriated for this year?
That's total.
Total. So will that come from the FinCom reserve to balance it, or is that it's one of the few items I think under state law that can be carried over to the next fiscal year?
I think that's the path we usually take, right, the carryover. Okay, so did you hear that?
No.
There will be some turnbacks. Basically, no budget's perfect. The DPW budget may have some extra funds in places. The state allows us to move money around. We'll move the money around as legally we can to cover that deficit.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to a vote on account 423, Snow and Ice, $453. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. We just have 3 more held accounts. We're up to account 500, Board of Health, $548,412. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing no one approach the microphone. Oh, we have a remote mic. Hold on a sec. We have the roving microphone. Thank you, Artava, for being so quick. Okay, roving microphone 5.
Joe Pianadosi, 14 Putnam Road. I have a question, and depending on the answer, I may have a comment. By transferring this money to the Board of Health, does that mean that the selectmen no longer control the mosquito control program, which they always did?
That's a good question.
Mr. Hanson, if you can.
Sure. I mean, through you, Mr. Moderator, you know, in practice, they've always been managing the budget since I started here. And the reason moving them from a department into the Board of Health's budget is because they've always acted as just an expense line item. They're not a department with a separate department head or separate department staff. They're really just line items that we charge those specific costs to. So that's why we rolled them in.
Okay, the comment I want to make is this, is I think it's important that the select board maintain the ultimate control of that. We've had 2 people in this town who died of mosquito-borne illnesses, including a small child, and I just think that they should have some control.
I mean, just to add one bit of further clarity there, I mean, when the health director and I have talked about this in the past, there's the practical process of their department scheduling and paying the bills, but we talked about the fact that as separate departments, they were technically under the select board, and you know, communication is going to continue if there were to be any major changes to those programs. I believe, you know, she and the Board of Health would still be communicating with the select board to make sure we're on the same page. This was really just meant to make the accounting a little bit cleaner.
Thank you. Microphone 4, please.
Nicholas Howard, 7 Daniels Drive. I would just like to request that in future years' budgets, we include a separate modeling that shows how these would have appeared had we not moved the funds from one budget to another, so that it would be easier to see where funds are spiking or not, that are easily masked when funds move from one category to another.
Thank you. We're going to move to a vote on this now. Account 500, Board of Health, $548,412. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that one passed by a majority vote. Account 541, Council on Aging, $303,815. I'll recognize microphone 1, please.
Rick Rosen, 5 Glenora Drive. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Almost last, but not least, a comment, Mr. Moderator. Of the 30 or so departments that are included under Article 15, only 3 are listed for budget decreases this year. And the biggest of these is the 3.4% decrease for the Council on Aging. This decrease, the decision to make this cut is a bad one. Seniors make up around 25% of Bedford's population, 1 in 4. Because of its budget shortfalls, the COA will be laying off a part-time staff member this year. It began charging for previously free programs, and it is reducing the hours the senior center is open on Fridays. These kinds of changes have consequences, including making those many who go to the senior center feel less cared about, less valued, and less respected by the town. I realize that other departments were asked to reduce their budget requests, but the COA is already understaffed and struggling. Yes, these are challenging budget times. But I don't understand why the town felt it necessary to take $10,000 out of the COA budget, a budget that accounts for 0.2%, less than 1/4% of the town's total operating budget. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Microphone 4, please.
I think also a comment, maybe a rhetorical
State your
question.
name and address, please.
Sure. Paul Fath, 22 Battle Flag Road. I also serve as the board chair for the Council on Aging. Just want to take a moment to try to better understand the proposed reduction for the Council on Aging budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The Council on Aging submitted a budget request of $329,423, which is based on identified needs and the goal of maintaining and supporting services for our older residents. However, the recommended budget of $303,815 represents not only a reduction from that request, but also a decrease of approximately $10,000, as Rick mentioned, compared to the fiscal year 2026. This does represent a gap of over $25,000 between identified need and the recommended allocation. While the stated reduction is 3.4%, the impact is more significant in practice. The Council on Aging is also not receiving the typical annual increase, which historically is around 2.5%, which helps the department keep pace with rising costs. When these factors are considered together, this represents nearly a 6% reduction in available resources. I would respectfully ask, what were some of the factors that led to this decision, and how this gap between departments has been identified needs and the financial recommendation evaluated? It's also important to recognize that the Council on Aging represents approximately 0.2% of the town's total operating budget, which in that small allocation, we're working to provide transportation, programming, and access to essential resources that directly support the health and safety and independence of our senior citizens. It's not simply about maintaining these programs, but it's also about maintaining outcomes, and these services are here to help older adults remain safely in their homes, reducing isolation, and stay engaged in our community, age-friendly community. Outcomes are outcomes that ultimately benefit the town as a whole. I'd also add that many of the individuals served by the Council on Aging are the very people who helped to build and sustain this community over decades. So supporting them reflects not only sound planning, but the values we uphold as a town. My goal here isn't to criticize, but I want to better understand the rationale and advocate for the thoughtful consideration of how this decision impacts residents today and also the years ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. There was a question in there. Mr. Hanson, would you care to respond?
Yes, I'll do my best to answer that. I think there may have been a few questions, but just a quick summary and a quick clarification, I think, to both of the previous speakers, if you will, Mr. Moderator. The budget reduction for the Council on Aging on paper looks slightly larger than some of the other departments. That's because cuts in other departments were also offset by increases that we had to absorb for other positions, other staff, other expenses. So they were not the only department cut. There were 5 different departments that we had to make difficult decisions for. A total of 3 FTE staffs on the general government side, less than the school department side, but we did have to, in a good faith, take a very close look at our budget this year, and these weren't easy decisions. There were similar reductions in the town clerk's office, the Department of Public Works, as well as the fire department, and as we noted, the Council on Aging. I do also want to clarify that no programs or expenses at the COA were cut as part of this. This reduction was very specifically 1 part-time administrative staff, a half-time staff individual, and that brought the full, the 5-day work week average staffing at the Council on Aging from 4.5 full-time employees Monday through Friday to 4 full-time employees Monday through Friday. So if you go into the Council on Aging on any given day, and they're fully staffed, there will be 4 full-time individuals there a program person, an administrative person, a social worker, and a director. This was the additional half-time staff that helped provide additional support to those 4 additional staff. And again, and I guess this is just my general comment about that reduction in general and how it compares. You were noted there was only 1 of 30, and it's a very small department. I think all I would say is each department that we had to have these tough decisions said, well, it's only $20,000 for my department. Why do you have to cut it? But collectively, it was 3 FTEs that we cut, and that's how we were able to make our 2.5% guideline. So it's very easy to look at any one department in a bubble and say, let's just make an amendment to give that to the Council on Aging. There was almost amendment, I think, for the school department, and then I think I have 2 or 3 other departments that I had similar cuts that would like those cuts back as well. If you add it up, it does become a big number, and that's really all I can say. We tried to make the cuts that were least impactful, and as the school department said, didn't impact any particular programs or services.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. It looks like you may want to react. You did use your 3 minutes before he answered. I will recognize you a second time after I get to the other 2 speakers if you'd like to stay there. I'm going to go to microphone 2, please.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. There seems to be a difference of opinion as to what the impact is of the budget that we're approving. I'd like to hear from a select board member. Are you in agreement with this? Understand what you heard from the first 2 speakers about the impact, and you're comfortable with that impact? You are happy to do it, is what you're telling us.
Specific to the Council on Aging, please.
Yes.
Yeah, Paul Mortensen, 4 Wellington Way for the Select Board. I'm not going to try to reconcile the numbers on the fly that you heard. This just cannot do that. I think the Council on Aging has sympathetic points to make, and I think they should marshal more of those points for the next budget cycle. I don't think we can do it on the floor of town meeting.
Well, we certainly can. We can amend the budget. I'll move to amend the budget for Council on Aging, line item 541, to increase it. I'll come in the middle here, increase it to $320,000.
So,
That's a
Mr. St. Ange, that would be a
increase.
valid amendment, but I would want it from you in writing.
I will come
And
up
if,
with it
could
in
you just
writing.
restate your amendment motion, please?
I move to amend line item 541, Council on Aging, by
To an amount of-
to an amount equal to $320,000.
Is there a second? Okay, I'm gonna, as he brings that forward, I'm gonna allow Mr. Mortensen to respond, please.
I stand corrected. Obviously, it can be amended on the floor. However, what can be done doesn't mean it's prudent. I would be afraid that passing this amendment would open the floodgates to other departments, and this budget has been well thought over for months and months and months. And furthermore, I am, as I said, super sympathetic to the Council on Aging, and would like to see them make some good arguments for the next annual town meeting. But I think if this goes through, that I think it just creates animus amongst the different, basically, hungry mouths for the budgets. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have a valid amendment on the floor here, and we're going to shift the debate to that amendment and its merits before we decide whether we accept it. So those that were at the microphones for the greater issue, feel free to talk about this one or wait your place in line, but we're going to talk about the amendment itself. If microphone 3 chooses to speak to the amendment, Mr. Doherty, you may do so now. If you want to wait for the end result, you can.
Yes, sir, Mr. Moderator, I choose to speak to the amendment. I was going to make the amendment.
Okay.
So shoot. This is old people, young people, and sick people. These are the old people. So let's support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Jerry Pfeffer, 28 Battle Flag Road. I also support the amendment. The only question is $320,000 the correct number? Somebody earlier said this was originally submitted at $329,423, if I have the number correctly. So I would suggest, if Walter doesn't mind, using that number, because that's the number that actually covers the half-time employee, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, from a procedural point of view, we have accepted an amendment. We have an amendment on the floor. An amendment may be amended, further amended, or it may be withdrawn, or there's a way to change it, any of those things. But I don't know that you can ask someone else to do that. You can either choose to amend the amendment, or you can argue in favor of it or against
Well,
it.
I would amend the amendment.
Well, you'll have to give that to us in writing. That's possible.
I'll have to write it on the back of the paper, the other thing, to 329, 423, which is what the original submission was.
Okay, would you just bring that written one forward?
I'll bring both of them up.
Does anyone second that motion? Okay, so now we have, in the hierarchy of this, an amendment to change the amount, and I want to wait until I see that amount in writing before I go too far with it, so please hold on a sec. This is the deepest we can go in terms of amendments to amendments, and it will be quick to roll it back. Mr. Pfeffer, can you just verbally say the amount again to 329? 329, 423, if you could write that. So he's going to write it and present it, and I'm going to assume that that's a valid amendment. So now I will open up debate for the, please, speak up. Here's the status of where we're at. There was an amendment to the initial motion on the floor. It was accepted. It has been then further amended to amend the amended amount to a new amended amount, which is 329. So we are now, 423, now I'm accepting that amendment, and it's that second level amendment that we are now going to debate and decide upon. Does anyone wish to speak to that second amendment of 329, 423? Please. The 320 would then be back on the table, on the floor. Yes. Okay. I'll recognize microphone 2.
Emily Mitchell, 4 Heritage Drive. Where will this additional funding come from? Will it be drawn from another part of the budget? Will it simply increase our use of free cash? Where are we getting the extra $10,000, $15,000, $29,000?
It's a theoretical question. If Mr. Thomas cares to answer it, you can. I would just remind everyone that we have not yet finalized the total amount of the operating budget because that's was left in abeyance in case the number changed. But go ahead, Mr. Thomas, if you have an answer to that.
As you're probably aware, because we probably said this in past years, it's not a good way to run a budget to use free cash for things that are not one time. As this is going to go in the budget and bump the budget up, that's a recurring expense, so I don't think using free cash would be a very wise idea.
Thank you. And in microphone 3, do you wish to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Okay, go ahead. Microphone 3, please.
Hi, Padma Chowdhury, 38 Battle Flag Road. So I do support the amendment to the amendment, and I'm not trying to amend the amendment to the amendment. But I also just wanted to say that, you know, when the original first 2 speakers came up and talked about this, both of them seemed to be related to the Council on Aging and asked questions about how it's going to affect outcomes. And I think the responses were kind of like, we're not going to debate the finances on the floor. I agree that this is not probably the place to debate that, although I am supportive of the amendment. But we should be having those conversations, and I know people are working hard, but we should be having those conversations beforehand with the boards and the committees and all of those people. So we shouldn't be debating it on the floor, but we should have had those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize the front podium, Mr. Mortensen.
Yeah, Paul Mortensen, 4 Wellington Way, speaking for myself, and at the risk of invoking great ire, which is this budget has been, you know, deeply thought about by the Finance Committee, by town staff, the town manager, the select board, and if this is appropriated, it does not mean the town manager actually has to hire that person back. And here's the ire part, which is I wouldn't do that if I were him, unless he thinks it's a prudent expenditure of town resources. He has obviously already told us, as the Finance Committee has and Select Board, that where we are today it's not a prudent expenditure. So that's what I would advise the town manager.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize microphone 2.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I don't know how to respond to that comment. I don't think it's appropriate whatsoever. If the town meeting appropriates the additional funding for one select board member to suggest that the town manager should nonetheless lay off the person is ridiculous in my opinion. I just find that appalling statement and is inappropriate. So, and I will just say.
Come on, we've been doing very well here, please. Let's have civil debate. Go ahead, Mr.
I think
Sinani.
that the answer to the question asked by Emily Mitchell is, absent adjusting some other budget, the money would come from free cash. The free cash amount that is used is the final number used to balance all of the spending approved by town meeting. We could go back and review some other line items in the budget if we want to, if this amendments are approved, and reduce them by the equivalent amount in order to balance it without any further use of free cash. I don't think to call this additional expenditure imprudent in the face of spending $147 million strikes me as very, very short-sighted, and it's too bad that you don't like it that it's come up at this point, but that's what we're facing. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, do you have a response to what's been asked, or are you asking to speak for your own account? Go ahead.
Just to clarify, the amount of the difference between, if either of these amendments passes, whatever that amount is that either passes or does not pass, will get added to the amount that gets raised and appropriated. So we'll need the Finance Committee Chair to amend the final motion for the overall budget vote to raise and appropriate the additional $20-some-odd thousand. So that procedurally, that would
That
be a
has not
recommendation.
happened yet either, which is why we held the unheld items and the final total until we resolved the held items. So there's a way to do this. Okay. I'm going to recognize microphone 3, please.
Ann Bickford, 197 North Road. This is a hard one because I do very much respect the work that goes into getting to these budgets and the amount of time and effort the Finance Committee and the Selectmen and everybody put into it. And I know we're in tough budget times and everybody's had to take a cut. But I also know that a half-time position in a very small department that's providing services to the elderly makes a huge difference. It's not to say that the 4 people, and it's now 4.5, you can afford the half. That half is invaluable to the level of services that the COA is providing. So whether that number winds up being the 329 or whether it winds up being 320, I do think that you have to remember it's a very small budget. It's a service-oriented department that comes face to face with the seniors in this community, and those are the people who have built this community. And I think it's not that the COA can never have a budget cut, but I think just saying that half a person is okay to go and they'll be fine is not really representative of the amount of impact that half a person can have in a department like the COA. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize the 3 people or 3 people that are at the microphones, and then we're going to stop the debate on this particular motion. Microphone 2, please.
Jerry Pfeffer, 28 Battle Flag Road. I'll be very quick. Philosophically, there's a huge percentage of our population that is senior, me being one of them. And I'd like to think that and I've heard, this is a growing percentage. For this particular line item, which is addressing the needs of that segment of the population to go down, does not seem prudent. I think it does make sense, but I'm not the manager. I just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Shore Berman, 100 Sweetwater Avenue. 2 comments, and I think I only remember one of them now. And it is that to say free cash is not appropriate use for an ongoing expense, but the free cash is only for this year, because by next year it'd be included in the budget. So I think free cash is exactly what should be used. The second comment is that we appreciate how much work has gone into this budget, but to also say that we don't have a say in the budget, why are we here at all? So, of course we're going to come back and give you our opinions, and if it changes the result, it changes the result, depending upon the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Lucille Wilson, 50 Hancock Street. I kind of oppose all this amendment. I've been watching town government and participating in some degree for the last several years. All these questions were thought of, handled, and knocked into numbers, and I don't think that without a plan on how to raise the money, on how to adjust the budget, and just throwing a number out is really sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move to a vote, and to clarify where we're at, we are voting on an amendment to amend an amendment to the main motion. So we're 2 layers in, and the decision we're making now is to change the previously proposed amendment of $320,000 to a revised amended amount of $329,423 as the total appropriation for the account 541, Council of Aging. So we're only voting the amendment to the amendment. It requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. So now we have an amendment to the main motion. And the amended amount is $329,423, which would change from the original moved amount of $303,815. I don't think anyone wants to speak more to this because we've covered all the ground we could, so I'm going to move right to a vote. And this requires a majority vote. And all those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Okay? So now we're back to a main motion. And the main motion for account 541, Council on Aging, is for a total appropriation of $329,423. I'm going to go right to a vote on this. Simple majority. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. We have one more held item. It's account 691, Historic Preservation Commission, and the amount is 0. Does anyone wish to speak? Microphone 1, please.
Alethea Yates, 37 Shawshene Road. I'm the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. It says that our budget, which last year was only $1,250, is being reduced to 0, and that amount is being moved to the building department. Well, this is the first time I've heard of it. I do wish somebody had let us know in advance. Perhaps after the meeting, somebody will reveal to me the procedure for extracting our expenses. My question is, why is this change being made?
Town manager, please.
Yes, through you to the speaker. We believe we sent an email out, but I don't want to, that doesn't need to be debated here on the floor. The line item is just being moved, similar to our previous discussion, into the code enforcement office, because they have the staff member who facilitates the historic preservation committee's expenses. So it's still going to be a historic preservation line item for the same exact amount. It's just, it is not a separate department. It's an expense line item, so it doesn't need to be broken out in the budget as a separate department. But you'll just submit the expenses to the code enforcement admin the same way you would previously. There'll be 0 changes to the process on how the money gets used.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize microphone 2, please.
Mr. Moderator, I have a question about when to move to reconsider an item. Should I wait until this article closes, or can we move to reconsider?
If you want to
at this point?
reconsider a prior main article,
No, it's an item within this article.
yes, you can reconsider any motion that we've made within this article.
I
that
would
we've
like
already
to move to reconsider the account 300 amount that we allocated.
Second.
That's the school board.
Okay, and
Or
so
the
now,
school.
to qualify for that, that one passed, and you would need to declare yourself as previously been in favor of it, but now you're changing your mind.
All right, sorry. Mr. Moderator, Seth Cardullo, 24 Hillside Avenue. I move to reconsider held item 300, School Department, from Article 15. I was on the prevailing side. I voted yes specifically so I could move to reconsider.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so he is moving to reconsider the previous motion for account 300, the school department budget. It's been made and seconded. A motion to reconsider, just let me just check that up, requires a simple majority vote, okay? According to the Bedford bylaw, it is debatable, so we can now debate that motion to reconsider. Hold on a sec, because
No, I want to.
I'm sorry, I think I took this out of order. We were in the middle of the Historic Preservation Commission item, and I should not have accepted your motion to reconsider a prior item.
On 691 Historic Preservation Commission. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. See,
We
you
have,
jumped.
we have
I
not.
blame
So
him.
we're still in the context. I'm not going to accept your motion to reconsider at the moment,
Okay.
just because it's not timely. After we dispose of count 691, I will offer you the opportunity to reintroduce your motion.
Sounds great. I
Okay.
still blame him.
Nina? Okay, so we had a comment for a 691 for 0. Does anyone else wish to speak to that one? Okay, so I'm going to recognize microphone 4.
Melinda Ballou, 14 Carroll Street. I just wanted to clarify, is that amount that went to the other, the amount for the Historic Preservation Committee, is it the same amount? What was the total dollar amount that is now going into that other department? Is it the same as what it was before? Thank you. And by
Mr.
the way,
Hanson,
I
it was
appreciate you all-
$1,250 a year ago. What can you comment?
Same amount, same line item, title, and description as well.
Great, thank you so much. Also want to thank everyone involved in organizing this for us.
Okay,
Yeah,
so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I'm going to take a vote on account 691 in the amount of 0. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? I declare that passed by majority vote. So now, before we move on to the unheld items, I would entertain any motion to reconsider on anything we've already considered.
Mr. Moderator, I move to reconsider item 300, School Department, from Article 15. I was on the prevailing side.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, this is debatable, and we will vote it, and it requires a simple majority to decide whether we reconsider. And that would only open it up for reconsideration, okay? So do you care to make an argument in favor of it and why you're doing this?
I believe that, so multiple people in the room wanted to comment and discuss this issue, and you had said, hey, if you weren't in line, I'm shutting it down. I believe that we need a robust debate on this topic.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, the topic specifically being the activity fees. I think we need to talk about that.
Okay. I'm going to allow this. I feel like that might be a valid reason that other people might change their mind, and I'd always prefer to have town meeting decide these things. So does anyone else wish to speak to the motion to reconsider before we take a vote on it?
You want me, you can speak. Okay. The reason why I believe we need to talk about this issue is I believe that introducing activity fees turns a certain group of students in our population into customers. By forcing students to pay for certain activities, we're making a decision as a town that we only care about the educational portion of education, and I firmly believe, and I think there may be others in the room who also believe this, that there's more to school than just what happens in the classroom. The extracurriculars are an important part of the educational experience, as are athletics, and we either decide as a town that we care about the complete education of our children, or we're making it such that certain people have to pay extra for the full experience. The example that I used when talking to another person was basically we're asking our students, do you want to supersize your value meal? And I don't believe that we should ever ask a student or a family, do you want to supersize, that making that a privilege rather than a right. I don't know. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I recognize the next speaker, I'd like just like a comment on the process. And when we did take the vote on the 300 school department, someone did want to get up and make an amendment to change the amount, and I didn't recognize them because I had previously closed the discussion, and in order to make an amendment, you have to be a recognized speaker. So that was my basis for that, and I did hint that that decision could have been appealed, and that could have been a time where enough people could have said, I appeal your decision, and then I would have decided whether I would allow town meeting to override my decision at the time. That didn't happen, but it's also equally appropriate now to ask to reconsider a prior one, and I'm considering that to be a valid basis. So just to clarify how next time we could potentially have just appealed my decision rather than wait to rescind the decision later on. Okay, we're going to go to microphone 3.
Hi, John LaFrance Linden, 9 Hartford Street. I support a lot of what Seth had to say, and that it seems to me that one of the things that Bedford has a legacy of is when something is public, it's for everybody. And I think as a town, you know, we've just had a discussion about, you know, how to support our seniors, how to support our youth, how to support our families, how to support our community. I'm not sure if right now I should be making the whole case for why I don't believe in activity fees.
Okay, so
or if I should just say,
we're just trying
please
to
support
decide
this.
whether there's a good basis for reconsideration. And that's what's on the floor now, so thank you. All right, so we're going to move to a vote on this. It requires a simple majority vote, and all we will be doing is reopening the previous decision on the school department budget. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? I'm going to call for a counted vote on this. If we could get some, Amanda, get some assistance. I think I can tell this is a touchy topic, and I don't want to make an educated guess. So we're going to take we're going to take a count. We did that very quickly last night. So please stand by, stay in the auditorium if you want your vote to count. Yeah, it was. I think this. I can't really tell with all the. So we're going to take this vote by sections, and we're going to count the 4 sections on either side of the yellow center line, 2 sections on either side, and then the front section will be a 5th section. So stand by, the voting tellers are coming, and we'll do this very quickly. No, I don't, but I'll do Article 13, but I thought we were going to get through these early. How are you thinking about this?
One night, one article.
I know. Well, honestly, this is the $100 million budget. This is what we should spend the time on. Okay, stand by. We're almost ready. Do you think we're ready, Kelly? Teller's ready? I'm going to announce, okay, so we're now going to take a hand count vote on the motion to reconsider, which is to reopen the school department previous decision. An affirmative vote here is to affirm the reconsideration. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay, and keep them raised as the vote counters go by. Keep your hands raised until you're sure. Okay, the vote counters have finished. You can lower your cards Give them a minute to tabulate, and then we're going to take the negative votes. Okay, are the vote counters ready? Okay, so all those opposed to reconsideration, please raise your cards. Okay, I think we have all of them. Let us do the math now. I think we've got all that. So we have to do one big. So as we're waiting for the accounts, just to test, test, test. Test, test, test. You guys check on this mic? Test, test. Somehow I've lost the microphone. Hey, Mark, can you just go up and tell the guys in the back that my microphone's not working? Hey, Brandon, could you just bring your portable mic up here? You have a good result? Double check them out? Okay, so it is. This is not working, so I'd like to grab one of the portable ones if you don't. Oh, there we go. Now it's fixed. Thank you. Okay, we have an official count. We've checked it twice. For the motion to reconsider, those in favor are 83 and those opposed are 44. So the motion to reconsider is passed. And what that means now is that account 300, school department budget that was previously passed at $53,697,409 is open for reconsideration. I am going to assign a tight standard that we're going to cover new ground here and not old ground on anything we discussed last time. So I'll recognize microphone 2, please.
Mr. Moderator, excuse me. Mr. Moderator, Benjamin Bennett, 28 Rand Place. I would like to move to amend Article 15 to amend the account 300 line to add $300,916 to avoid the need for activity fees. Do I need any more detail than that? I have it written down for you.
I think that's specific enough. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, would you just bring that written motion up there? And again, the item is in total for a certain amount, so we're going to increase that amount from $53,697,409 by adding $300,916 to it. That's his motion. He's indicating the purpose for that to be activity fees, but we didn't specify a segregation, so that additional $300,916, would you like me to, excuse me, sir, in your motion, are you stating that that may be only for elimination of all fees? Okay. So that is part of the motion, and the school department would be required. I don't know if they have the authority to, I'm going to have to speak with town council on this. Please wait. Can you just get a new?
Yep, I can do that.
Okay.
Okay. And he could make a comment if that's what he wants, but that's not part of it. What do you want a total for? For the total.
For the school budget, I want to add. School number. Bear with me, we're almost there. Amendment to change the budgeted school department value from $53,697,409 to $53,998,325. And that is an increase of $300,916, okay? And the motion maker has indicated that that's the estimated amount for fees and that they request that the school department cancel all fees, but that's a suggestion because town meeting doesn't have the authority to impose that second part. So we have a motion, it's been seconded, I'm gonna open it up for debate. Yes. Please, come up, Ms. McGinley, if you don't mind speaking at the, say your name, go ahead.
Thank you. Yep, I got it. Sarah McGinley, 111 Wilson Road. Just to clarify, there's 3 types of fees at issue here that we've proposed in this budget. One is an activity fee, which is the amount that's the estimated total to collect is the amount listed up there. There's also a voluntary device protection fee, and then there is also a parking fee. So just to be clear, when we're talking about these fees, this would cover the amount for the activity fees. This is the estimated revenue collected for activity fees, not the parking fees or the device protection fees.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone wish to speak to the amendment that's being debated? Microphone 2, please. Microphone 2, please. Can we activate? Go ahead, try again.
Benjamin Bennett, 28 Rand Place. I'm just rising to speak to this because I feel Seth actually made many of the points I would have wanted to make, so I'll be brief. Just so people are aware, the fee for all sports and club activities, the higher rate pass, as it were, would be $400 a year. And then there's a lower tier with secondary clubs alone, which would be $150 a year to each student. As Sarah said earlier, the fees would be waived based on need. However, you can imagine that there's some gap of people where $400 is a significant amount of money, and the child may be encouraged not to do that one activity because is it worth it? To me, I think that the choice should be, there should be no choice. We should support our students, especially when they're higher achieving students and they go to colleges and things that look at more than just the education. They consider the extracurriculars, they consider everything when they do it. So let's give them the best opportunity. And just to give a little more detail to people, this would be a $4 tax per 100,000 assessed value, just to give the detail that's missing because I made the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone 3, please.
John LaFrance Linden, 9 Hartford Street. My 4 kids went through the Bedford Public Schools, and I was very grateful to be able to allow them to participate in all the things that they wanted to during their time there. I was also relieved, frankly, as a single mom, that if they needed it, they could take the school bus. Yes, I hear that there's going to be a waiver for those who need it. Some people don't really like special treatment, to be quite honest with you. They like to pull their own way and to not get a special advantage. That might have been my position at the time. If it's for the kids, it's for everybody. And please consider that for now, we're saying that there are waivers and there will be no means testing. Well, in future, if we do this, if we establish that we approve of activity fees, what's to say town meeting, 2 years from now, it's like, well, the budget's tight. We really can't afford those waivers anymore. We really can't afford this or that. I think it's time. I understand things are tight, but these are our community's kids. My kids are all done and through the school system, so this is not something my family's going to benefit from now, but my neighbors will benefit. Maybe you'll benefit. So please, let's pull together as a community and do this.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Emily Mitchell, 4 Heritage Drive. I understand that the intent of this amendment is to reduce the need to impose activity fees, and both my kids were theater kids. My daughter was an athlete. I appreciate that impetus. Does town meeting have the authority to specify the use of these funds? Or is that something that is strictly up to the school committee, such that if town meeting says, we want you to have another $300,000 and we want to use it for this purpose, the school committee could determine, well, what we actually need is to hire back one of the FTEs that we've laid off?
I'd like to ask someone to come up, Ms. McGinley, if possible, and explain to what extent the school department is required to spend certain components of the total budget. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. Ms. Mitchell is correct here that there is no way for the town meeting to pass an amendment of this sort to require the school committee to pass it that way, but we would take it under advisement.
Thank you. Microphone 1, please.
Joe Pianadosi, 14 Putnam Road. I just want to say a couple of things. We elect the school committee to run the schools and set the policies and the budgets, etc. I think they should be allowed to do what they feel is prudent to run the school budget. I think it's wrong to try and take that away from them. And the second thing I want to say, it's not uncommon for cities and towns to charge these fees. I held a major position in a large town, and in that town, they had fees for everything. As a matter of fact, at the high school, the high school kids who brought their cars to school had to pay $250 to have a parking space to do that. Bedford has low fees in comparison to some of the other towns. The flip side of that is all of this goes into our taxes, and our seniors like myself are getting harder and harder to live here. I think we should vote this down. I think that the school committee should make this decision, and I think there should be an exception for families that have a hardship, and I would think that they would do something like that. But I think we should vote this down.
Thank you. Microphone 4, please.
Sarah Johnson, 17 Notre Dame Road. I wanted to give the school committee an opportunity to clarify how the fee would be assessed, because in the presentation it was described as a universal fee, but now there's a description of tiers and for certain activities, so I wanted to give them an opportunity to clarify.
Very briefly, please. I think I want to try to limit this discussion to Are we going to add $300,000 to their budget? There is an association to what they then might use that money alternatively for, but they're not going to be obligated to do that. So, let's not talk too much about these fees if in some sense the amendment that's on the floor doesn't directly relate to them. Go ahead, Ms. McGinley.
Thank you. To clarify, there are 2 tiers of these fees. There is a all-in fee for club access, and this is just at the secondary level, so it doesn't touch the elementary schools. It's a $150 fee, and that gets you access to any type of extracurricular club. Or there's a $400 fee that would be assessed that allows you access to any sport, theater, or club. So it's either $150 or a $400 fee. Again, one is just clubs, one is all access. It is paid once a year, and there are fee waivers and automatic fee waivers and applied for fee waivers for both. Oh, and there's a family cap. So
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Yeah, Seth Cardullo, 24 Hillside Avenue. With respect to I understand, Mr. Pianadosi's comments. I totally understand where he's coming from. I think the question is, how many people in here, you go on Facebook or you talk to the kids and all of a sudden it's like, hey, buy a hat, buy a sweatshirt. Can you donate to our fundraiser? Right now, if you are a parent of students who, I can speak to theater and sports. Obviously, I don't know much about marching band or jazz band or anything like that, but there's a cost already in place. The second you have a kid enter one of these extracurriculars, there is always a hand coming out to you saying like, hey, Pops, can you throw in $50? Can you buy some cookie dough? Can you buy a sweatshirt? Can you donate to this? We need money to buy new mats. The boosters exist for a reason. Right? The Bedford Bucks, the baseball people, the football people, everyone is out there asking for money. Parents and kids and grandparents and uncles and aunts and cousins and everybody are already helping fund these activities. So why are we double taxing those people? Adding fees to this just adds even additional money that we're already having to pay. I don't begrudge throwing money into, buying an ad in the program or throwing money in for this stuff. Like, I get it. I'm a user of these services. But the question is like, are you just going to push all of that onto the users? At a certain point, that waiver is going to go away. The second you start adding fees, what happens with fees? They go up, just like taxes. Pro tip, people, your taxes ain't ever going down. They're just going to go up for the rest of time. The costs always go up, and the second you get some real budget hawks on the committee, all of a sudden maybe those no cap fees, there will be means testing. You will have to do income verification. We either care about our kids the way we care about our seniors and care about everything else we say we care about, or we don't. Let's, as a town, with respect to Mr. Pianadosi, I get the big city argument. Are we better than them? Or are we the same as them? Or are we going to be worse than them? Is this a race to the bottom or a race to the top? I'm voting for this. You can vote for it or vote against it. I'll take the loss on the chin. But I just want you all to know, everybody who's got a kid who's doing this stuff, we're already paying extra. There's already fees that aren't hitting your tax dollars. So, let's spread the love. Do we care or do we not?
Thank you. I'm going to recognize the last 2 speakers at the microphones, and then we're going to take a vote. Microphone 2, please. You were there first.
Scott Shaw, 193 South Road. I am a parent of a child in 8th grade this year. Just recently had a chance to come to this very room and hear about the opportunities that are going to be afforded to her when she enters high school. And I was astounded by the breadth of activities, sports, the opportunities that she's going to have. And I cherish the fact that when that list of opportunities was put in front of us, I never once had to think about the means to participate in those. And to be clear, in the case of my family, the fee would be something that we would happily pay for the opportunity to participate. But I also appreciate the fact that I didn't have to make that calculation, and I don't want any other family who has an opportunity to attend our fine schools to have to make that kind of calculation either. And with all due respect to the professionals, the people that we elect and employ to think about these budgets, the reason that we have these discussions at town meeting is an opportunity for us as the legislative body of the town to express our values and how they're reflected in these budgets. And I appreciate those who've given us the opportunity to have this additional discussion. And I think, as my values align, I want to have those opportunities without anybody having to think about the means to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Michael Chang, 25 Lido Lane. I would just like to say, as a young person who attends this school, the fees would be very detrimental.
Michael, could you just clarify, are you a student?
Yes.
Are you a registered voter?
No.
Okay, so you're not allowed to speak and participate. I will give you, since you're there, and I think people might value your opinion, I'll give you 1 minute to share a brief opinion about what you think about this. Go ahead.
I can say that a lot of students at the school would be very opposed to these fees. It makes it harder for service organizations at the school to participate, very hard for cultural organizations to participate. These are like your API organizations, your Saga Club organizations. On behalf of the student body, I ask that you please vote to pass this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, we're going to move to a vote now, and to clarify where we're at, there's an amendment to change the account 300 total from $53,697,409 to $53,998,325, which is an exact increase of $300,916. We are only voting the amendment. This doesn't pass the final budget. It's just changing the amount that we would then have to pass subsequently. It requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare the amendment passed by a majority vote. And I'm kind of lost. Okay. So now we have in front of us a final motion for account 300 school department that's in the amount of $53,998,325. And since we had reopened the prior decision, we still have to now approve that final amount. Okay, I'm going to move right to a vote on this. I don't think anyone has anything new to add. All those in favor of that final budgeted amount for the school department, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I'm going to declare that passed by a majority vote. So we are now back to having addressed all the previously held accounts, and we need to approve the unheld accounts, but Mr. Thomas did declare a previous total budget number in his earlier motion, so I think we need to amend that to reflect the current total amount, unless someone wants to clarify something different for me. So I would suggest that Mr. Thomas get up and amend his motion, and we would accept that change. I think we just have to declare the new total amount, and then we will separately vote all the unheld accounts that we know add up to that new total amount. So I'm going to ask for 2 votes. First, I'm going to ask that the grand total of the operating budget be amended to this new number, which is adding $300,000 for one of the accounts, and also the second amount that we added on one of the for the Council on Aging. Okay, please, Mr. Thomas.
I move that the town approve, well, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me now. I move that the town approve the expenditures in fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, as printed in the warrant totaling $128,240,278, and to meet said appropriation to transfer $80,000 from the pension reserve fund and raise and appropriate $128,160,278 from the FY 2027 tax levy.
Is there a second? Okay, I'm considering this to be an amendment to the previously moved item. We're still in the same topic. So this requires a simple majority vote, and all we're moving is the grand total, the new revised grand total. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. Now I'd like one more vote for the unheld account items that were not held and not discussed and not changed versus the way they were previously moved by Mr. Thomas 2 or 3 hours ago. We're going to take a vote. All those in favor of the remaining unheld account numbers, please raise your card. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare that passed by a majority vote. And I believe we have finalized the operating budget that was scheduled in Article 15. Before you, Mr. Morton's going to stand up. We had tabled last night Article 13, and now we're going to go back to Article 13, and Mr. Mortenson's going to present that.
Okay, Paul Mortensen for the Select Board, 4 Wellington Way. I move that the town appropriate $60,000 to be expended from Department 122 Select Board expenses, salary reserve line item, is approved in Article 15, to fund the collective bargaining agreement between the Town of Bedford and the Bedford Patrol Officers Association for police patrol officers who are members of the collective bargaining unit.
The motion's been made and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Mortensen.
The Select Board recommends approval of this tonight.
Does Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Ben Thomas, Appletree Lane for the Finance Committee. We recommend you approve this motion.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard? Oh, okay, Mr. Mortensen would like to speak again.
Yes. So last night, the Select Board ratified a memorandum of understanding with the Bedford Police Officers Association on a 3-year contract extension. In summary, the new contract includes a 3% cost of living adjustment in FY27, 2.25% in FY28, and 2.25% in FY, I think that's 29, I have a typo here. An additional increase was approved as part of a change in working conditions related to post-reform and department accreditation. The increase is 0.75% in FY28 and 0.5% in FY29. This brings the total town cost to 3%, 3%, and 2.5% over 3 years. The Memorandum of Understanding also modestly increases the night differential by 10 cents per hour and specialty positions by $1 per week. The union agreed to a modified detail rate structure that eliminated compounding detail rates that occasionally drove the cost of details up significantly. The total first-year cost of this contract is estimated at $60,000, which is included in the Select Board salary reserve line item.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard? I'll recognize microphone 2.
Yes, Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I had graciously deferred questions about the police contract earlier. Just, is the 3% increase for fiscal 27 the only increase, or was there already something assumed in the budget we just approved, the operating budget? I understand the $60,000 is to fund the increase, but I'm trying to understand, is it only 3%?
It's only 3%.
It's only 3%, okay.
Okay, I'd like to move right to a vote on this, if we don't mind. It requires a simple majority. Give everyone a chance to get to their seats. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? I declare it passed by a majority vote. Okay, Mr. Batarian is going to moderate the next several articles.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Batarian, 155 Davis Road, stepping in for our moderator. This is Article 16. Get your water. And I think Mr. Thomas?
Ben Thomas, Appletree Lane for the Finance Committee. I move that the town appropriate $1,665,864 to the Ambulance Enterprise Fund, with $1,368,983 for salaries and $296,881 for other operational expenses, and to meet said appropriation, the sum of $1,665,864 be raised as follows. From ambulance receipts, $1,565,864, and from retained earnings, $100,000.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
The ambulance is paid for, basically it pays for itself, and this is how we do it. We use the receipts and the retained earnings to pay the salaries and the other expenses. The Finance Committee recommends your approval of this motion.
Thank you. We have recommendation from the Select Board.
Dan Broskell, 57 Lima Street. For the Select Board, we recommend approval of Article 16.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard? Oh, recognize microphone 2.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I believe the audited financial statements for the fiscal 25, which are the town's most recent ones, show that this fund operated at a loss. I can't read the exact number on my phone, but I assume that the loss was covered by the retained earnings, but it reduced that balance to the $1 million. Is the intention, though, to try to operate this fund on a yearly basis, on a break-even basis, meaning that the fees charged for the services would need to be increased, and if so, is there any intention to do that, or are we going to run down the retained earnings account until something else has to be done?
Well, I can't speak to the future, but I have been at Select Board meetings where they've set the ambulance rates for the coming year based upon how much money we need and how much they make. If there's more detail, I can get more detail if you need it.
Well, what is, I think if you look, well, never mind. I withdraw the question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Anyone else wish to be heard? I don't see anyone at a microphone. All will move to a vote. So this is Article 16, the ambulance enterprise budget. All those in favor, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. And this has to need a majority vote. All those opposed, raise your blue cards. I declare that motion passed by a majority. Thank you. We are now on to Article 17. We're moving along. Supplemental Accrued Leave Fund. Mr. Hannigan.
Sean Hannigan, 5 Hunt Road, for the Select Board. I move that the town transferred $50,000 from Certified General Fund free cash to the Supplemental Accrued Leave Fund in FY27 to offset the anticipated annual and future cost of town employee accumulated leave payments.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. Mr. Hannigan, comments?
Article 17 is a request to supplement the accrued leave fund. Our town maintains this fund as a reserve for future costs of accumulated sick and vacation leave benefits when town employees retire and/or resign. The fund was established in 1994, and town meeting regularly adds to it. Having a healthy balance in this fund is a recommended sound fiscal practice. The Select Board unanimously recommends approval of this article.
Thank you. Financial Committee?
Ben Thomas, Apple Tree Lane, for this Finance Committee. We recommend your approval of this article.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to be heard on this motion, on this article? Seeing nobody, I will ask for all those in favor. Raise your blue cards. Thank you very much. And anyone opposed, raise your blue card. I'm going to declare that motion passed unanimously. All right. Article 18, Other Post-Employment Benefit Liability Trust Fund Appropriation. Mr. Thomas.
Ben Thomas, Apple Tree Lane, for the Finance Committee. Okay. I thought you were trying to get my attention. I move that the town transfer the sum of $788,690 from Certified General Fund free cash under Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 3A, in FY27 for the Other Post-Employment Benefits Liability Trust Fund.
Second.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
You've heard of OPEB. We put money in. This is how we put the money in. We have had several different schemes over the years for how much and how we decide how much. The current method that we're using is 5% of free cash. We feel that that gives us a nice trend following, so we don't run out of money too fast. As free cash goes up, the amount we put in goes up. As free cash goes down, we don't go running off a cliff by putting in a fixed amount. We put a little bit less. There's not much to say about this. It's a fund. We put money in for future need with OPEB.
Great, thank you. Do we have a recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends you approve this article.
And Select Board recommendation.
Dan Brosco, 57 Loomis Street. Select Board recommends your approval of Article 18.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize microphone 2. Mr. St. Ange.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. The warrant says that the unfunded liability for this is over $57 million. Do we know what time period that is looked at? In other words, when can we expect to fully fund it, assuming we stick with the current funding methodology? And I realize it may not be an exact year. And also, what is the assumed rate of return on the investment of the fund balance, which is now $20,365,000?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Can someone answer that? We'll stand by.
Walter, unfortunately, we don't have it right now. They don't have it on the computer, but we can get it to you.
One other question. Do you know if the unfunded liability is increasing, or are we actually making headway? That it changes due to the changes in the benefits provided and assumptions about health care and all that, and I suspect at least the current circumstances may increase it, but what's been the trend in the last 2 or 3 years, if we know that at least?
Let me check.
Do we know?
Jerry, you look just like Walter.
He's taking the question sitting down.
Am
I supposed to speak? I haven't been recognized.
Okay, do we have an answer for the question?
Yeah, it's technically it's an answer, but it's not going to be a satisfying answer. We need the full report to figure that out, and we don't have the full report with us tonight. But the word fluctuating came up a lot in the discussion.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to, microphone 2, Mr. Pfeffer.
Jerry Pfeffer, 28 Battle Flag Road. Just so I understand the numbers correctly, the unfunded liability is 57 million and change, but the total liability is the sum of that and the 20 million. So it's actually, the total liability is 77 million and change. Is that correct?
Well, I trust your math, but I'm looking down at my sources of information to see if they have something better.
The exact number isn't important. The point is, the total liability is the sum of those two numbers. It's not like the liability is 57 and we're already covered almost half of it. It's not. We haven't even covered a third of it.
He's asking what the total liability is because we have two things labeled liability. Are they additive? Do they overlap each other? Right, so that's effectively, Jerry, yes, it's 77 million total with the factors that you suggested.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Any other comments? Okay, seeing no one at a microphone. Article 18 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, and all those opposed? All those opposed, please? Okay, I'm going to declare that passed unanimously. No. Okay, I didn't miss one. All right, I'm going to declare that passed by a majority. Thank you. Article 19, the HERO Act, Mr. Hannigan.
Sean Hannigan, 5 Hunt Road. I move that the town, for the select board, I move that the town accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Hannigan, wish to proceed?
Article 19 is to determine if the town will vote to accept certain provisions of Massachusetts general law which were passed by the legislature and signed by the governor in 2024, called the HERO Act. This would authorize an annual increase in the amount of tax exemption that eligible veterans currently receive, with the exemption being increased annually by a cost of living adjustment determined by the Department of Revenue based upon the Consumer Price Index. This would work like the annual cost of living adjustment determined by the Department of Revenue that is already a local option for certain senior exemption amounts and financial means standards. It should be noted in the warrant, the amount for residential tax impact is actually, that is all of the veterans exemptions. Adopting this would be really literally pennies for the individual taxpayer. It's a very small amount. That's, you know, it's one means to honor those who serviced our country in the military, and they're well deserving of that, you know, consideration. So the Select Board unanimously recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Hannigan. Do we have a recommendation from Finance Committee?
Ben Thomas, Apple Tree Lane for the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee recommends your approval of this article.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Anyone wish to be heard? I look like we have a roving microphone. Okay. Mr. Pianadosi?
Joe Pianadosi, 14 Putnam Road. This exemption has been around for quite a while, and the current benefit amounts, which have been fixed since 2003, range from $800 to $2,000 annually per veteran or surviving spouse, depending on the eligibility criteria set by the state. And it's important to point out that the average tax bill in our town has more than doubled since 2003, while these exemptions remain the same. As Sean said, the HERO Act was enacted by the legislature in the winter of 2024, and this article requests that we provide a cost of living adjustment to it. There are approximately 75 veterans and surviving spouses in Bedford receiving this benefit, which totals less than $90,000 annually. If the article passes, that amount would increase between 2 and 4% each year, which is the estimated range, next year I should say, which is the estimated range of the state COLA. So the actual estimated increase would only amount to $1,800 to $3,600 next year, and a small amount in the following years. A number of other municipalities have enacted this, including the town of Lexington. And I might add that the Patriotic Holiday Committee and the two town veterans organizations, the American Legion and the VFW, strongly recommend approval of this article for our disabled veterans.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one at a microphone, I'm going to ask all those in favor to raise your blue cards. And all those opposed to now raise your blue cards, and that passes by a majority. I declare that passing by a majority. Article 20, the Prudent Investor Rule. Ms. Malone.
Bopa Malone, 195 Carlisle Road for the Select Board. I move that the town indefinitely postpone Article 20.
You have a second? Do you have a quick explanation for the
Sure.
postponement?
Yes, the Select Board received a presentation on this article. We are in support and we recommend approval for it, but to ensure that the Finance Committee can provide an informed recommendations, we're postponing this article to allow for a presentation to the committee.
Thank you. So to postpone an article, it's a 2/3 vote. And I would ask for all those in favor of postponement to raise your cards and just leave them up. Okay, and all those opposed? And I'm going to declare that passed unanimously, right? It's postponed unanimously. What the right term is? Most postponed is passed. Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn the lectern over back to our Mr. Moderator, Dave Powell. Article 21.
Thank you. We're up to Article 21, General Bylaw Amendment, Article 56, Tax Deferral for Renovated Historic Properties. Mr. Parker.
Thank you. Terrence Parker, 98 South Road for the Select Board. I move that the town amend General Bylaw Article 56 as printed in the warrant, less the phrase, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto.
It's been made and seconded. Before I ask for board recommendations, I'm going to invite Alethea Yates up to give a presentation on this, please.
Alethea Yates, 37 Shawshene Road, for the Historic Preservation Commission. And how do I advance the slides here? Forward, okay. All right, the reason for this article is intended to encourage owners of old houses to maintain them by offering them a temporary limited tax break for major renovations. The people of Bedford cherish the town's history, and its stock of historic houses is an important part of that, to the look and feel of the history of the town. But the town really has very few tools to help keep historic houses from being demolished. Part of the problem is that older houses, if not maintained, can get into such a bad state that they end up needing to be demolished. So this bylaw is intended to offer an incentive to help prevent that from happening. This would be a useful addition to the toolbox. So what is this incentive? Well, we'd like the owners of old houses to maintain them, but major renovations to a house will cause the valuation to increase, which causes the property tax to increase. So this bylaw assigns a special tax assessment to phase in this increase in the taxation in 1/5 increments over a period of 5 years. In other words, the first year after renovation is complete, you'd only have to pay 20% of the tax on the increase in the valuation of your house. Then you'd pay 40% in the second year, 60% in the third year, 80% in the fourth, and 100% in the fifth year and thereafter. So if you do the math, this works out to the equivalent of 2 years without tax on the increase in your valuation. And I'll get to some dollars in a moment. So tonight, we're not creating a new bylaw, but we're revising an existing town bylaw. This is known as Article 56. It's been on the books for more than 20 years, but nobody has used it, and for 2 basic reasons. First of all, to be eligible, a house has to be listed on the National Register of Historic Properties. And second, the renovation work has to meet the standards of the Department of the Interior for historic renovations. And these 2 requirements are just too strict for private houses. So we're removing them. We're also making some other changes as well. So let me tell you about the main parts of the article we're asking you to approve tonight. First of all, only residential houses are eligible. Other buildings are not. And then we're talking about historic houses. A house must have been built before 1943. Houses built before this time were almost always custom built, making them worthy of historic preservation. And it's after World War II that we started getting the large developments of less interesting tract houses, including my own. And the year 1943 is chosen as the cutoff date because almost no houses were being built in Bedford that year because of the war. So it's a convenient breaking off point between the old and the new. So how many houses are we talking about? Well, of houses built before the 20th century, Bedford has about 200, believe it or not. And of houses built in the 20th century but before 1943, we have about 200. And these are all listed on the Historic Preservation Commission page on the town website. To qualify for this tax deferral, renovation must be substantial, costing at least 25% of the assessed value of the house. And of that, at least 10% must be applied to the exterior, because it's the exterior of the house that most contributes to the historic look of the house and of the town. And the historic appearance of the house must be maintained. And to ensure that this happens, work to be done on the house must be approved in advance by the Historic Preservation Commission, unless it's inside the historic district in the center of town. In that case, it has to be approved by the Historic District Commission. So this means that you can't take a house that's built before 1943, strip it down to just the framework, and build it into a modern-looking McMansion and still qualify for the tax deferral. That's not historic preservation. It would not qualify. The tax deferral applies only to the original part of the house. Additions do not count toward the deferral. And there's now a cap on the deferral. It's limited to the first $500,000 increase in the tax assessment. So what does that mean to you in dollars? Well, let's say you renovate your old house under the terms of this article, and your valuation goes up by $500,000. Now, the current residential tax rate is, I believe, $12.49 per $1,000 of valuation. And if it were to remain at that rate for 5 years, you would get a tax break of about $12,500 over the 5 years. Now, the tax rate does vary from year to year, so we can't predict exactly how much it would come out to, but this is a ballpark figure that gives you a general idea of how much of a break you could get. And then after completion of the work, the special assessment remains with the property for the 5-year period, even if it is sold. The Historic Preservation Commission requests your approval of this article to help maintain Bedford's stock of historic houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yates. I'm going to ask Mr. Parker for the Select Board recommendation when the podium is free.
The Select Board recommends approval of Article 21.
Thank you. Finance Committee, please.
Ben Thomas, Apple Tree Lane for the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee recommends your approval of this article.
Does anyone wish to be heard? I'm going to recognize microphone St. Ange, otherwise known as microphone 2.
Jerry Pfeffer, I'm not Walter. Jerry Pfeffer, 28 Battleflag Road. You gave an example if the property went up by $500,000. If it went up $700,000, for example, does that mean the $200,000 would automatically be added to the assessed value, and it's only the $500,000 that's remaining that would be stepped in over 5 years?
Ms. Yates?
The $500,000 is the amount that would count toward the deferral. The extra $200,000, if it went up by $700,000, would not count toward the deferral. So there's a maximum amount of tax deferral that you could get based on a maximum of $500,000 increase.
Only the 500 would be deferred, but the other 200 would be automatically added to your assessed value.
Yes.
Thank you.
Microphone 3, please.
Ann Bickford, 197 North Road, and just two clarifying questions. One, it looks like one of the other changes in the bylaw is that it used to say it had to be an owner-occupied residential house, and the owner-occupied phrase seems to have been removed. Was that intentional? And if so, what's the thinking there? I have one more question after. I'll deal with that one first.
Yes, that was intentional. We want to preserve the house no matter who is actually living in it.
So it still has to be, the owner has to apply for all of this, but it could be a developer who's then renting it or something, right? That's the shift? I mean.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's the case.
And secondly, it used to have, and you had put it up on your slide, the standards you had to meet was the Secretary of Interior standards. And I think I just want to confirm this, that the replacement standard is now the HPC Historic Preservation Guidelines. Is that, I mean, what has replaced the standard is my question.
Yes, the HPC Historic Guidelines now replace the standard. The Secretary of the Interior standards are the sort of things that would apply to national, historically important properties. It's really too much for ordinary owners, yes.
Thank you very much.
Microphone 2, please.
Mr. Moderator, Benjamin Bennett, 28 Rand Place, Bedford. I have a question for the presenter regarding the way this is actually done. Is it simply it must be eligible for being a significant building, or does it go through a determination by the HPC itself? And I have a follow-up.
Yeah, it would go through a determination by HPC, yes.
But the criterion are still the limited set that goes for them? Because it is actually a surprisingly limited set when you look at the details. It's literally only the buildings in the HTC which don't count already, but this, in this case, would count. But then it's just the ones listed on the small section. There's like 2 pages in the historic properties and neighborhoods. I would guess the stock of eligible properties is even lower than the 200 you estimated.
I think it's larger. We have a list on the town website, the Historic Preservation Commission website, of all the houses that are in the 20th century but before 1943.
But in the, I'm sorry to quibble, but in the historic properties in Bedford's neighborhoods of Bedford, there's a listing in the National, it has to be recommended for listing in the National Register, and that list is surprisingly short. So if we want to protect more stock, we should perhaps consider using the other thing in there to provide inventory to say we should also preserve these. It's not anything about this article. I'm just saying I think we may wish to consider extending that list.
So
Thank
noted.
you. Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Rich Doherty, 49 Elm Street. A question that maybe is answered in your presentation, but I used to own one of these houses, 1746. It was on the National Register. Did some serious work on it, but I don't know if it counts as a renovation. It was fallen down because it's post and beam, corner post was out, so we replaced the corner post and resited the house. How much of that work and material would apply to renovation? Perhaps that's a difficult question to answer.
Difficult to answer, but the goal is to preserve the historic look of a house. And if you hadn't done that in the past and you were planning to do it in the future and apply for this deferral, we would certainly talk it over and plan it all out in advance. But the goal is to preserve the look of an old house as being an old house.
Okay.
I'm going to recognize just the last 2 speakers at the microphone, and then we're going to shut off debate. Microphone 4, please.
Nicholas Howard, 7 Daniels Drive. In answer to that question, it's about the assessed value. Generally speaking, that means you filed a building permit and the building permit detailed the dollar value you spent on the work, and unless there's differences, that's going to be the difference in the assessed value. So think about it that way. If you put in $1 million, you're probably going to have a change in $1 million.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Hi, I'm Kathy McSwain at 77 South Road. And is it, if I'm understanding, a house built before 1943 would be eligible for this?
Eligible to apply, yes.
Okay, so I live in a little house like that, and I'll just say, I think it's good because it is expensive to maintain old homes, and everybody wants to keep the historic value, but the people like us who live in old homes and are trying to keep them up, it would be nice to get a break. I can't imagine the value of my home going up $500,000, so I think that the tax benefit is gonna be small, but it might be some benefit to those of us in little old houses, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to move to a vote now. No, I'm sorry, I've shut off the debate. I announced that 3 people ago, so we're going to move to a vote now. And again, if anyone would like to speak, there's no problem getting in line early. If you wait to the very end, there's a risk that I've shut off the debate. Okay, so it requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. I declare this motion passed by a majority of vote. Article 22, Charter Amendments, Town Meeting. Mr. Mortensen.
This feels like deja vu. Paul Mortensen, 4 Wellington Way for the Select Board. I'm here to speak about charter amendments and bylaw amendments that are proposed. And just a few words before we get into the actual articles. So for a charter amendment to pass, it must get a 2/3 vote at town meeting, be approved by the Attorney General, and then be approved at a town election ballot. In contrast, bylaw amendments must pass by a simple majority at town meeting and then be approved by the Attorney General. And we do this because we want to give an occasional broad review of the governing documents of the town, and it gets additional legal and voter oversight. So let me just move to the next slide. Okay, let me break these up into bunches. The Articles 22 and 23 speak to the proposed amendment to change the annual town meeting date. 24 and 25 would relate to changing the town election date. Then we move on to charter amendments that are considered substantive, but not related to the ATM or election. And then charter amendments, which are just clarifying and formatting. Then 28 and 29, same thing, but for the bylaw amendments. Okay. So, charter, article, moving on to the next one. Next one. Okay. I move that the town amend the town charter as printed in Article 22 of the warrant, less the phrase, or pass any vote or take any action relative thereto. Excuse me for the butchering that.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Mortensen.
Okay, and, okay, if we can move on, I have the, okay. So what's changed? We've changed the annual town meeting date, or proposed it, from the 4th Monday in March to the 1st Monday in May. And what we've done is we've updated multiple charter sections to align with the new section, so you'll see that moving on. The why it matters. It should hopefully improve accuracy of budget and state aid estimates. So we get state aid estimates starting in January, and we get updates in April, May, and June, where we typically get the final numbers. And the later the town meeting date, then we're going to be able to, put in better numbers for our budget. Then, furthermore, we get more accurate current year-to-date revenue and expense numbers that we'll use for the budget. So, currently we're in, March. If we're doing this in May, we're just going to have better numbers of the current year, what will fall to free cash, et cetera. And then finally, we're going to have more accurate expenses for the upcoming year. Now, some of these expenses, the numbers will come in advance of even the March town meeting, but we'll have that much more time to work with the better numbers. So just reading here, group health insurance rates, I have to read my writing here, is for the group insurance commission numbers, they come in February and March. So we can work with those numbers then at a later town meeting to work it into the budget. The Middlesex retirement system assessment, that comes in mid to late January. Again, we can roll those into the budget better if it's ATM is in May. General insurance numbers, we can get better numbers the later we go. And that's pretty much it. So these are the 4 charter sections which we would recommend be amended if we were to go for this. And it's kind of an all for none. We should either vote for them all or none of them, right? So the section 2-2 is just the actual date of the annual town meeting. Section 2-10 is when the select board closes warrant to petitioners' articles. We would move that later. And then we added in a special thing. There was something missing about when we would close the warrant for a special town meeting for petitioners' articles. This addresses that. And then finally, sections 211 and 212 we would change, and they relate to when information goes to the Finance Committee. So that's it for Article 22.
And you recommend approval?
And the Select Board recommends approval.
Thank you. Finance Committee?
Ben Thomas, Apple Tree Lane for the Finance Committee. We're always squeezed for time at the end of the budget cycle, so we recommend your approval of this article.
Thank you. Whoever would like to speak, please approach a microphone or ask for the roving mic. I'm going to recognize microphone 4 first.
Nicholas Howard, 7 Daniels Drive. Can you clarify the logistics of if this is approved at a town election? Does it then result in a town meeting change that very year, postponing it, or basically we're going to be in a situation of this being in between two?
So I think the driving question is when we would have the town election on it, and the select board would have to set the date for the election. I would hope we could do it for next year. But again, it's contingent on when the select board would set a town election.
I'm more so talking about if we approve it in a March town election, which would usually happen before the next scheduled town meeting, would we be in a situation where we've changed it, but we've already scheduled for March, and now we're going to have to do it again in May, or what's...
I don't believe we're going to have an annual town meeting in May, if that's a question.
Microphone 3, please.
Robin Steele, 7 Jeffrey Circle. I'm concerned about doing this because May seems to be a very, very busy time for people, and March isn't as busy. You have graduations and sports events and a lot of things going on in the schools. And I just think that moving the date, you're going to result in a lot less attendance at the meetings. Is there a cost savings related to this?
We did discuss a cost savings with it. I'm not aware of one. But as to your first point, the social agenda, right? I don't disagree. It's, a judgment call. So, one thing is I've talked to different school committee members. I think at least some of them support this, and, they're aware of the social agenda. But I'm not disagreeing with you. It's a consideration for town meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone 2, please.
Mark Siegenthaler, 20 Anthony Road. I spoke last fall in opposition to this, and I'm going to speak in opposition again tonight. I think there are a variety of reasons. I think I mentioned the last time that a little uncertainty in the budgeting is really not a bad thing. There's a certain level of caution that gets built into that. I think it also, by moving the date into May, when we're then trying to set up for projects that we've authorized to start in July, you've basically traded one end of the schedule for another end of the schedule. I agree that May does seem to be an awkward time to do this, but frankly, Exhibit A for why we don't need to do this at all, and it really comes down to town meeting deciding, is that we've just gone through 2 days worth of budgeting and discussions and finance and everything else. No one has said, oh, and by the way, there's an asterisk under this number because we really don't have the best number yet, and then there's a flag on this number because we really don't have the best number yet. The Finance Committee put out a guideline, departments responded, a budget was built. We all know that there's variation in the budget, but we've all now done this, and we're practically done, and it's late March, and we can look ahead to spring and know that we don't have to come back to town meeting in May if we just leave the date the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Siegenthaler. I guess my response to that is, let's just assume for a moment that the accuracy is a push. It doesn't help one way or the other. I think it does, but let's say it doesn't. At a minimum, I think it assists the people who put the budgets together to assist them in what they believe is a more thoughtful, unhurried budget.
Thank you. Microphone 1, please.
I have two comments. One is, I think I need to.
Lucille, state your name.
Oh, sorry. Lucille Wilson, 50 Hancock Street. Apologies. Paul, I think the question was, when is this going to take effect? And I think the answer is, correct me if I'm wrong, so if we vote for this today, then we vote for it, then the Attorney General has to approve it, assuming that she approves it in time for our next election, we put it on the ballot. So the next annual town meeting that would be affected by this would be 2028?
I think that could be, but I was just making the point that I think we could call a special town election in advance of that. I'm not saying we would, because I'm one person.
Okay, but let's just assume. The second question is, I believe the budgets are great to be accurate, and if we can get better accurate numbers, I think that just makes it better. I know from the school board that they have to start their budget like basically October 1st before they've run like 1 or 2 payrolls, and they can't really accurately project what their staffing level is going to be next July because it's just too early. And this would create a way for them to gather the space, to gather the data, to make a more accurate budget.
Thank you.
And I will just say, Lucille was a member of the Charter and Bylaw Review Committee.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please. Microphone 3, please.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Is it on? Thank you. Ann Bickford, 197 North Road. I'm speaking on this article with background, which includes 32 years as a town resident and town meeting member, 12 years as a school committee member, and service on the 2014-2015 Charter Review Committee. Last fall, when this change was discussed, I was not convinced it was a good idea, primarily because of a concern that it would be a huge conflict for anyone who is a parent of school-aged children, given the Madness of May activities that are regularly part of the calendar. After STM, I heard from another resident that this was tried once before and no one showed up. Curious, I did some research, and here's what I found. Before July 1974, per Bedford's bylaws, ATM was held the second Monday after the March town elections, which were held the first Saturday in March. Bedford's residents approved the town's first charter in July 1974, and this charter changed the ATM date from early March to the fourth Monday in April. The reasoning for this date change, similar to now, included a desire to give the newly elected selectmen a chance to become familiar with the issues before ATM, and also to provide a better chance to get access to more accurate state aid figures. So what happened? Well, as it turns out, this new late April ATM only happened twice, in 1975 and 1976. And each year, it was difficult to get a quorum, with at least one night of ATM in 1976 being canceled due to lack of a quorum. A Minuteman article from after the April-May ATM in 1976 stated the following. One thing all agreed on was that town meeting starting dates should be changed. By mid-May, with softball games, late sunsets, and other spring activities in full swing, waiting for a quorum, sometimes without results, became standard operating procedure at each town meeting session. And so, a special town meeting was called for July 1976, right after the ATM meeting in April 76. And at this July STM, a charter change was approved to move the date to town meeting backward a month to the fourth Monday in March, which is where it's been ever since. And so we should ask ourselves, are things so different now in 2026 than 1976 that we won't suffer the same fate of struggling to get attendance by pushing ATM forward into May? This is an unknown, but I come down on the side of keeping ATM where it is now. In my opinion, by starting ATM at 6:30 p.m., which we're now doing, and it's substantially earlier than the 8 p.m. historical starting time, we are already making it difficult for working parents and those who work out of town to attend. Moving it to May is going to make it even more difficult for a large segment of parents as the number of athletic and other events in May get into swing. In addition, we cannot predict that there won't be a year when ATM extends to a second week or, heaven forbid, a third week. If the first night of ATM is not until the first week of May, any subsequent weeks will be increasingly problematic to schedule, and quorum issues will be even worse. When the Charter Commission of 1973 began its work...
Please finish up, Ms. Bickford.
I'm finishing right now. It asked questions about whether the charter should continue to have Bedford organized as an open town meeting form or to change to a council form of legislative government or even a mayoral form of government. With the concurrence of the town residents, it decided to retain an open town meeting which all voters are able to attend. I strongly believe that changing the date of ATM to May will hurt town meeting attendance, which I do not think is in our best interest, and I urge you to vote against this proposed charter amendment.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Walter St. Ange, 102 Pine Hill Road. I'm also opposed to this amendment. I don't really see any reason to make the change. I know there's the argument that it'll give more time for more accurate information, but honestly, no one said that all this information we just voted on is inaccurate or subject to change. Yes, some things may change. We handle those if necessary in special town meeting in the fall, which we always have. I'm not aware of any circumstance where something became so urgent that it was necessary to convene a special town meeting before the end of the same fiscal year in order to have it take effect by July 1. So I really don't see any reason to make this change. I do have a question, though, about the new language in section 2-10 about setting the deadline for petitioners' articles for special town meetings. It doesn't give any deadline or notice, a period of notice of when that would be. So could the select board, since they generally have shown hostility to petitioners' articles, I'll say, could they set a deadline that says you've got 2 days from the date of our meeting to file them? And also, my other question is the phrase at the end, unless otherwise required by law. Is there a law that currently requires some other notice or deadline for petitioners' articles?
Let me just confer for a second. Thank you for the help remembering. I think the problem with setting would have to do it, let's say 30 days, before the closing of the special town meeting warrant article is. Special town meeting can be called as quickly as 15 days, right? So, we could do a special town meeting 15 days from now with that notice. So that's why we don't have a deadline for the select board.
But would there be you would give some notice and at least some reasonable opportunity, a week or something, to, if you're going to call special,
I don't
otherwise,
believe
otherwise,
I'm sorry,
excuse me, it seems to me it's somewhat useless to expect petitioners' articles for special town meetings if they're told about it and they have no opportunity to actually submit something.
So I might get corrected by town council on this, but I think there's a requirement under state law for annual town meetings in petitioners' articles, but there's not such a requirement for special town meeting. Am I getting that right? Right. So I'll go back to special town meeting can be called, again, with 15 days notice, including by petitioners petitioning for one. So it's kind of difficult to say that the select board is, it cannot set a deadline, and
Okay, thank you.
sorry, it's a little bit late on this one.
Don't worry.
Microphone 3, please.
Even Seals, 7 Jeffrey Circle. I'm having a hard time understanding why we need this to get a more accurate budget. Two items. We have a FinCom reserve that we can draw on at any point in time if there's a large budget deficit somewhere. Special town meeting can correct any budget items that we do every single year. So I'm having a hard time understanding why we need this to get a better budget. We also spent several $1 million on a new financial system. I would think we would get a budget quicker, better, faster with the new financial system than we are today.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Emily Mitchell, 4 Heritage Drive. Just a clarifying question for the Finance Committee. I believe Mr. Thomas mentioned that the benefit here is getting some more time to put the budget together, but I think with the changes to 211 and 212, it's not so much more time, maybe it's an extra week, but it's the same time with better numbers. Is that a more accurate assessment?
I spent the weekend working on this budget starting Thursday afternoon. I was out of time getting things done. Does that matter to anybody else? No, probably not, but I saw that as a benefit for moving it out slightly. The other benefit is some of the stuff we just don't know. There are some figures that we won't get for a little while. What's the state budget going to be looking like, and what kind of share of that are we going to get? And then there was another, I've completely lost the name of the other piece of data that we could have. I mean, is the world going to come to an end? Absolutely not. Would it be nice? Would things be more accurate? Yeah, sure. How many times have you looked at the explainer article that the Finance Committee wrote? Oops, wait a minute, we didn't do one this year. Why? No time. And it's not the first time that's happened. We're trying to strive to get the most accurate budget with the most accurate numbers, because remember, garbage in, garbage out. And we're trying to make it all happen with other boards and committees, and sometimes things don't line up. So I appreciate the feedback. I think Ms. Bickford had some good information that I hadn't heard before. And maybe this is all just a wash, but you asked my opinion, that's my opinion. A little bit more time would be very useful.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Chris Gittens, 8 Brooksby Road, a member of the Charter and Bylaw Review Committee. My recollection from back when we discussed moving the date was that Bedford has one of the earlier open town meetings in eastern Massachusetts. Perhaps Town Manager Mr. Mortensen can refresh my memory if that is in fact the case.
You are correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2, please.
Jennifer McLean, 8 Maple Street. I hear the statement from the Finance Committee. I'm also wondering if the staff feels that more time would allow them to more effectively produce a budget and be less strain on all the people who are trying to make this happen, especially given that the FinCom is, to my knowledge, volunteers, and we owe them a debt of gratitude for all the blood, sweat, and tears they put into this.
Generally, I think we could have the select board try to speak for the staff if they need, but staff aren't direct party to our debate
Sure.
tonight. But certainly, Mr. Mortensen, if you had an answer to that question.
So once again, working on deep memory is that the prior finance director had mentioned, at least for staff, that it would give them more time to work on, for example, W-2s versus having to work on the budget. So, not a, breathtaking, thing, but again, they have lots of stuff going on at end of year, and it would be nice to attend to that.
So,
Versus working on the budget. Having more time for the budget would be helpful.
so as a follow-up comment then, I firmly believe in trying to set people up to succeed, and I would like to offer that opportunity to the Finance Committee, the Select Board, and the staff, and so I will support this motion. Thank you. Article.
Thank you. In light of the time, I'd like to invite anyone that thinks they want to speak to get in line. Okay, so I'm going to recognize microphone 2 next, please.
Seth Cardullo, 24 Hillside Avenue. I honestly don't have a dog in this fight. I'd just like to remind the room that when we tried this in the fall, the only reason this didn't pass was because there was a math error. Things happen, and it got out of control. But we talked about this pretty thoroughly in the fall, and it would have passed had we actually had an accurate count. For my own, like, look, I know I'm public enemy number one for a number of people up there. There's a voodoo doll of me with pins sticking in it. But look, I recognize how hard all of our committee members and the staffers work, because I have friends who work on all these committees. If they're asking for more time, come on, let's help a brother out. Let's give them the time they're asking for. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize Mr. Mortensen if he wants to make a comment, or are you just looking at
I'm sorry, it's a little off comment, but off topic. But with Mr. Cardullo, I don't think anyone on this dais has any voodoo dolls for you. Everyone is entitled to an opinion, and God bless.
Thank you. Microphone 3, please.
Yes, I'd like to have the month of February explained.
Could you just state your name?
Alan Marshall, 197 North Road. It says January now for a March town meeting. Then it says February for a May town meeting. I'm a little confused. Do you need that additional time? Is that what you're trying to accomplish here? Because if we use previous period, it would be March for May as opposed to February for May. I'm not sure it makes much difference, but it is.
I'm not sure where you are, actually.
Okay, it says January scratched out all through these, and it's substituted with February. So
it's a 6-week difference if we're talking about 2-2. So the budget is a process, right? So we would have the town meeting be later, but things that happen in the interim during the time to get to that budget, we're going to push that out later. So we give more time at the end. We also give more time at the beginning of the process.
Okay, as long as it's purposeful, because it seems like we had a gap that was okay before, but now you're asking for longer time.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, final speaker, microphone 3, please.
Rich Doherty, 49 Elm Street. I guess the reason we're here, folks, is to hear the pros and cons on things like this, and we've listened to them, and we've all heard the expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It doesn't seem like what we're doing now is very broke, and there's been some good arguments for staying here. I think that's where we ought to stay, where we are now.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're finished with the debate on this, and we're going to move to a vote. This is a charter amendment. It requires a 2/3 majority vote. And if everyone's ready, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Just looking carefully. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your cards. Okay, I declare the motion failed to reach a 2/3 majority vote.
We should probably do the next one, just end it. Yeah. Should we pull the 23 then?
Let's move on, and yeah, I'm going to ask your tolerance to finish this next article that's related to that first one, which now would need to be indefinitely postponed. We could probably do that before we choose to adjourn. Mr. Mortensen.
I move that Article 23 be indefinitely postponed.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. I think the reason is obvious to everyone, so this requires a 2/3 majority. I'd like to move right to a vote. All those in favor of postponing Article 23, thank you. All those opposed, thank you. I declare that passed by a 2/3 majority vote. Mr. Brosgol.
Dan Brosgol, 57 Loomis Street. I move that we adjourn and continue on Monday evening, March 30th at 6:30 p.m.
Motion's been made and seconded. This requires a vote. I believe it's a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed, I declare that passed by a majority vote. Will we And please, after all this talk from folks about how easy it is to come to a town